Chapter 2360. Lin Ling's counterattack. Deputy General Xianxia was stunned. Veins popped out on his forehead, and the anger in his heart erupted like a volcano. This woman was asking for death. She even wanted him to kill her without hesitation, or she would look down on him. How could there be such a foolish person in this world? She was too stubborn. In the distance, Lin Ling laughed as he stared at Xianxia go. She was indeed Lin Ling's woman. Kill all of them. Men, come and tear these people into pieces. Deputy General Xianxia ground his teeth and finally gave the order to kill. The good show he was looking forward to did not happen, and he was being looked down on. Are we really going to kill them? Many people's eyes lit up when they heard that. They looked at the scout battalion and Lin Ling. They did not expect the scout battalion to be wiped out today. This kind of thing was hard for them to accept. Deputy General Xianxia, you don't have the right. Although Lin Ling has only been in the Martial God Battalion for a short time, he has contributed a lot. We won't accept it if we kill him because of a failed mission. I want to see the three great generals. Commander Huang Qi and the others held their injured chests and roared angrily. Unfortunately, their voices were weak and powerless. Shut up. The three great generals will not come out for Lin Ling. Even if they come out, so what? Lin Ling has violated the military rules, and no one can save him. Otherwise, it will be disobeying the imperial edict. That was the truth. Not only was Deputy General Xianxia not afraid, he shouted angrily, "Kill him!" He waved his hand heavily. The surrounding soldiers sighed in their hearts. Although they did not want to touch Lin Ling, they could not defy military orders. Lord Lin Ling, sorry for the offense. The soldiers thought to themselves. Wait. However, at this moment, a voice finally drifted out. Lin Ling had spoken. Those soldiers subconsciously stopped in their tracks and looked at Lin Ling. Even Deputy General Xianxia was the same. However, he had a cold smile on his face. Lin Ling had been silent all this time, which made him very unhappy. Was he finally going to speak now? He was definitely begging for mercy. At this moment, Lin Ling stepped forward, his black robe fluttering in the wind. You said that I broke the military rules. I don't know what military rules I broke. Lin Ling's voice was very calm, but it had a powerful majesty that silenced the entire army. It seems like you died with your eyes wide open. Then let me tell you. First, the Martial God Camp sent you to investigate the 8 Gods' heavenly palace, and you ended up with nothing. Secondly, the Martial God Battalion asked you to eliminate the Sea Burial Discord Phoenix Monarch, but you let the tiger return to the mountain. Third, you led the scouts out, but you let them all die. These 3 crimes are enough for you to die. Deputy General Xianxia's voice was like the might of the heavens as he sentenced Lin Ling to death. When did the order become like this? Hearing this, many people's expressions changed drastically. Even Deputy General Hong Jing's pupils constricted. He shouted angrily, Deputy General Xianxia, don't use a chicken feather as a command arrow. When you signed the military order with Lin Ling, you didn't say that Lin Ling was going to kill the Sea Burial Discord Phoenix Monarch. Now you want Lin Ling to kill the Sea Burial Discord Phoenix Monarch? Is this possible? He knew that if you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. Most importantly, the other party had an imperial edict. Otherwise, he would have been the first to rebel. Deputy General Hong Jing, don't forget the purpose of this expedition. Aren't we going to eliminate the Sea Burial Discord Phoenix Monarch? Since Lin Ling volunteered, he must have this purpose. If he can't do it, he will be violating the military order. Deputy General Xianxia said with a cold snort. Deputy General Hong Jing couldn't refute. The other party was too shameless. Lin Ling, do you have anything to say? Seeing that no one refuted him, Deputy General Xianxia looked at Lin Ling again. But Lin Ling continued to move forward. His eyes were very cold, like a sharp sword that revealed its sharpness. 3 crimes. Very good, very good. His voice drifted out with a touch of madness. It made people think that he was going to fight Deputy General Xianxia to the death. Of course, No one thought that Lin Ling was a match for Deputy General Xianxia. Even Deputy General Xianxia thought so. You said that I led the scouts out, but they were all wiped out. Let me ask you, who did I bring out? Lin Ling's voice became loud and clear like thunder. Deputy General Xianxia was speechless when he heard this. Lin Ling only brought 4 people with him. They were Huang Qi, Ling Hulei, Gong Yangjiang, and Tang Yue. But now, they had returned safe and sound. You can't say it, right? Then I'll say it for you. Huang Qi, Ling Hulei, Gong Yangjiang, and Tang Yue. Please open your big dog eyes and see if they're dead. Lin Ling began to be aggressive. At the same time, Commander Huang Qi and the others shouted angrily, "We are still alive. We are here." The whole army fell silent when they heard this. Deputy General Xianxia gritted his teeth. He was angry out of humiliation. Don't tell me you want to blame the death of the first batch of scouts on me. Lin Ling continued to move forward. Deputy General Xianxia laughed crazily. You are not guilty of the 3rd crime, but the remaining 2 are enough to kill you. However, just as he finished speaking, Lin Ling's voice drifted out. The 8 gods' heavenly palace has been sealed again. No one can enter the 3rd level. The 1st level is the meteorite space-time, and the 2nd level is the Earth elemental land. The mysterious experts sent out this time are from the Fortune Manor, the Heavenly Court, and even the Flying Dragon Organization. Is this military intelligence enough? Deputy General Xianxia was speechless again. He thought that Lin Ling was just a small soldier. Even if he mixed in with the 8 gods' Heavenly Palace's troops, he wouldn't be able to get any useful information. However, who knew that Lin Ling seemed to have followed those big shots into the 8 gods' Heavenly Palace? Such a thing was simply a miracle. After all, if those big shots wanted to kill Lin Ling, it would be as easy as flipping their hands. Deputy General Xianxia, you can't answer, right? In fact, even if I spouted some nonsense, you wouldn't know whether it was true or false, because you have never been there. Now, you're saying that I haven't investigated the 8 gods' Heavenly Palace. Are you still guilty? Lin Ling said again. Hearing this, Deputy General Xianxia flew into a rage out of humiliation. He sneered, fine. You have evaded the 2nd crime, but as long as you don't fulfill the last crime, you will be beheaded. At this moment, he was completely enraged. He didn't expect Lin Ling to do something he couldn't do. However, what was the use? Lin Ling still had to die. Rumble. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a head rolled out and rolled to Deputy General Xianxia's feet. Deputy General Xianxia flew into a rage. What are you doing? He kicked the man's head away, and his murderous aura soared to the sky. Wait, that seems to be the head of the sea-burial disorderly Phoenix King. However, at this moment, Deputy General Hong Jing's horrified voice drifted out. Suddenly, the whole army fell silent. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the head. At this moment, their expressions were wonderful. Yes, they could see that it was indeed the head of the sea-burial disorderly Phoenix King. Chapter 2361. Armor removal. Oh my God. What's going on? What? This is the head of the sea-burial disorderly Phoenix. Deputy General Xianxia's eyes almost popped out of their sockets when he heard Deputy General Hong Jing's voice. Because the sea-burial disorderly Phoenix was more powerful than him. Even he couldn't kill it. How could Lin Ling succeed? He rushed over, grabbed the head, and examined it. His old face became more and more serious, because he was sure that it was the head of the sea-burial disorderly Phoenix. With his strength, he could naturally tell that it wasn't a fake head. Also, there was still blood flowing from the head. It was the blood of the blue phoenix, which was the symbol of the sea-burial disorderly Phoenix. At this moment, he held the head and stood there stupidly. Deputy General Xianxia, may I ask what other crimes I have committed? At this moment, Lin Ling's powerful voice rang out, as if an army was pressing down on him. His silence earlier didn't mean that he admitted his guilt. He just wanted to see what tricks this old man was playing. And now it was time for the game to end. Deputy General, may I ask what other crimes Commander Lin Ling has committed? At this moment, the scout camp also shouted angrily, and their voices shook the 9 heavens. They were very excited. They didn't expect Lord Lin Ling to kill the sea burial disorderly phoenix. This was too terrifying. Deputy General, may I ask what other crimes Commander Lin Ling has committed? Almost at the same time, the whole army also shouted questions, and the soldiers and horses were ready to move. This guy, Deputy General Hong Jing, smiled. This result was beyond his imagination. Thump, thump. Deputy General Xianxia stepped back. The terrifying army around him made his face turn pale. Deputy General, may I ask what other crimes Commander Lin Ling has committed? However, at this moment, those orderly voices came crashing down like an avalanche. Not guilty. Deputy General Xianxia gritted his teeth and finally said something that he was very unwilling to accept. The imperial edict was still floating in the sky, but it was very ironic at this moment. Obviously, the person who issued the imperial edict didn't know that Lin Ling had accomplished these miracles. As a result, the imperial edict was useless because this was a groundless crime. Do you still have a military order? At this moment, Lin Ling was like an unsheathed sword, full of sharpness, and he was as powerful as thunder. He and Deputy General Xianxia's military edict. If Lin Ling, Deputy General Xianxia had a kneel in the army and Deputy General Xianxia and Xianxia's military edict. How arrogant Deputy General Xianxia was. Shan Deputy General, Lin Xianxia, Shan Deputy General, as was Xianxia's Lin on Yang's. Is it? The deafening sound suppressed Deputy General Xianxia, forming countless echoes. Deputy General Xianxia's face began to turn ferocious. He was a deputy general, an expert above the rank of Grand Commander. Yet he had a kneel? He could admit that Lin Ling was not guilty, but for him to kneel down and remove his armor, that was a dream. Today's matter ends here. Deputy General is. Seeing Deputy General Xianxia leave without explaining anything, all the soldiers were shocked. This old man didn't keep his word. This is none of your business. Disperse immediately, or you will be punished according to the military law. As Deputy General Xianxia walked forward, he shouted sternly, using his military power to suppress those dissatisfied voices. Do you think you can leave? At this moment, Lin Ling also let out a furious roar. This old man had wanted to kill him before. Most importantly, this old man was toying with Xianyuan. This touched Lin Ling's reverse scale. Therefore, how could he allow this old man to leave so easily? Bang! He took a step forward and a terrifying aura erupted, causing the soldiers around him to fall off their horses. He was like a god of war as he shot towards Deputy General Xianxia. Lin Ling, Deputy General Hong Jing shouted anxiously. Lin Ling was too impulsive. How could he be a match for Deputy General Xianxia? You want to attack me? You are courting death. Deputy General Xianxia also stopped in his tracks at this moment. His old face was filled with anger. He didn't think that Lin Ling would be so arrogant, daring to attack him in front of an army. This was simply overestimating himself. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In the skies, the wind and clouds began to stir. Lin Ling's figure arrived, like a god descending to the mortal world. At this moment, Deputy General Xianxia also saw that Lin Ling was only at the 2nd stage of the World King realm. As for him, he was at the 4th stage of the World King realm. Lin Ling was really courting death, absolutely courting death. Flying cry resplendent spear. Without holding back, Deputy General Xianxia angrily shouted. The power of 4 great world essences erupted, and a black spear appeared in his hands. As this spear appeared, the heavens and earth roared. Wong, wong, wong. Everyone's ears began to ring. Some of the weaker ones even began to bleed from their ears. That spear was terrifying to the extreme. The power of 4 great world essences in addition to that extraordinary spear. No one believed that Lin Ling could block that spear. Damn! Deputy General Hong Jing had already shot forwards. He wanted to help Lin Ling. But did Lin Ling need his help? Although Deputy General Xianxia's cultivation boundary was higher, his talent was clearly lacking. He only had a 4th-grade mystic body. With such strength, Lin Ling didn't fear him at all. Blade Mountain Sword Tree. Lin Ling's angry roar rumbled out from his mouth, like a peal of heavenly thunder. Within Lin Ling's body, the world essences of his 2 dantians began to boil, completely fusing together. In that instant, he possessed the power of 4 great world essences. But he didn't erupt with the flames of time and space. He didn't even use the space-time divine steel. This was because Deputy General Xianxia clearly wanted to suppress him with his cultivation boundary. Thus, Lin Ling's current attack was more than enough. Ka. The void split open. A dazzling sword light appeared, causing the earth to shake. This was the power of vibration. At this time, the power of chaos of the ultimate sword Dao also appeared. The shocking sword appeared, just like the first stroke of the word mystic. Ka. At this time, the sword ruthlessly slashed down. What? In the distance, Deputy General Hong Jing stopped in his tracks. His face was filled with fear. This was because he could feel how terrifying that sword was. The power of the world essences was enormous. If he hadn't seen Lin Ling with his own eyes, he would have thought that Lin Ling was at the 4th stage of the World King realm. Damn brat, your sword. Deputy General Xianxia maintained his posture of thrusting out his spear. However, on his old face there was fear, dread, and surprise. He didn't think that Lin Ling's sword would be so terrifying. He had underestimated Lin Ling. Rumble. The word Xian came slashing down. The huge sword body was domineering and magnificent. Ka. The spear in Deputy General Xianxia's hand instantly cracked. The power of vibration made it so that he couldn't hold the spear firmly. Even his palm was cracked. Rumble. The spear cracked, and the ancient sword smoothly slashed down. Pung! Dust spread out like a heaven-shaking explosion. At this moment, time seemed to stop. How is it? Many soldiers said, their hearts trembling with fear. In their eyes, 2 figures were standing on the ground. They were Lin Ling and Deputy General Xianxia. As for Lin Ling, he slowly put away his sword. Could it be? Seeing this, many people's hearts thundered. Lin Ling put away his sword. Could it be that Lin Ling had won? Lin Ling was a great commander. How could he defeat a deputy general? This was too terrifying. Ka. Chapter 2362. Promoted to Deputy General Pa. Soon after, an ear-piercing sound was heard, and the armor was completely shattered. This was the removal of armor. To a soldier, there were only 2 occasions when they could remove their armor. First, they could retire with glory. This was undoubtedly a proud removal of armor. Second, their armor was removed by the enemy. This was undoubtedly a disgrace. There were even some proud and unyielding warriors who would rather die than live if their armor was stripped off. Now, Deputy General Xianxia had his armor removed. This was a disgrace to a soldier. However, a stream of blood flowed down from his forehead. He stared at Lin Ling and finally knelt down powerlessly. Plop! After kneeling down, his head hung there powerlessly. He was killed by a sword. Deputy General Xianxia was dead. He did not remove his armor. This was going back on his word. A soldier's word was worth 1,000 gold. Going back on one's word was taboo. Therefore, Lin Ling sent him on his way. He's dead. At this moment, the entire army was silent. They had never imagined that Lin Ling would be able to kill a deputy general. This strength meant that Lin Ling had the qualifications to become a deputy general. Deputy General Xianxia and Lin Ling's promise was that if Deputy General Xianxia lost, he would remove his armor and kneel in front of the entire army. I never expected that he would fulfill his promise after his death. Deputy General Hong Jing kept shaking his head. All of this was ironic because Deputy General Xianxia had died kneeling. The crowd looked at the old man who was kneeling motionlessly. At this moment, they felt conflicted. A powerful deputy general had died in front of them. If they did not see it with their own eyes, they would have thought that it was a dream. Deputy General Xianxia gave a false imperial edict and deceived the entire army. I was ordered by the Martial God Battalion to kill him. At the same time, Lin Ling placed his hands behind his back and looked indifferently into the distance. As soon as these words were spoken, many people were stunned. As for Deputy General Hong Jing, he nodded his head in praise. Lin Ling was very smart. He had killed Deputy General Xianxia, but he had also found a good excuse for himself. After all, no matter what, Lin Ling had offended his superior. In this way, those higher-ups would naturally take advantage of the situation and spare Lin Ling. After all, Deputy General Xianxia was already dead. Anything else he said would be fake. Moreover, with this excuse, the Martial God Battalion could also answer to the great Azure Divine Dynasty. Quickly come and see the Lord. Sure enough, a faint voice came from the sky. It didn't seem to blame Lin Ling. Great! Seeing this, everyone in the scout camp became excited. The eyes of the other soldiers were also filled with worship. After this incident, Lin Ling would definitely become a deputy general. Thank you, sir. Lin Ling revealed a brilliant smile. After glancing at Xian Yuangu, and the others, he strode towards the depths of the Martial Gods Barracks. Lin Ling of the Martial Gods Barracks. Amazing, amazing. In the future, I will also learn from him. Step by step, I will become a general of the Martial Gods Barracks. I want to join the scout camp. After Lin Ling left, the soldiers all cheered, causing Deputy General Hong Jing to shake his head helplessly. The military camp looked at one's strength. If one had great strength and an unyielding fighting spirit, they would be worshipped by the soldiers. Lin Ling clearly had both of these qualities. As for the former falling flowers, flowing water, and Commander Jun, they looked at each other with bitter smiles on their faces. Although they knew that they couldn't catch up to Lin Ling, they still didn't expect Lin Ling's growth to be so exaggerated. At this moment, Lin Ling was striding forward towards the Demon Break Mountain. Roar! From time to time, tiger roars could be heard from the Demon Break Mountain. Lin Ling smiled as he recalled the first time he came to this mountain and how that stupid tiger had stopped him. Long time no see, Demon Break Tiger. Long time no see. At the base of the mountain, Lin Ling lightly said. The tiger roars instantly vanished. It was clear that the Demon Break Tiger was thinking of Lin Ling. This freak didn't fear any of its military might or momentum. Ha! Ha! Lin Ling boldly laughed as he stepped up the mountain. At this time, atop the Demon Break Mountain, the three old men looked at each other, wry smiles on their faces. This little brat was as arrogant as ever. After his trip to the 8 Divinity Heavenly Palace, his strength has risen rapidly. He seems to be at the 2nd level of the World King realm, but he only needs a single sword strike to kill a 4th level World King. TSK, TSK. He's hiding secrets that we don't know about. This is strange. His talent is only at the Mystic Body realm. I can't understand where he gets his combat strength from. Huh. A soldier that doesn't want to be a general isn't a good soldier. But a soldier that doesn't even want to be a general, I have no idea what sort of soldier he is. The 3 great generals looked at each other and then burst into laughter. Their Martial God barracks had been recruiting soldiers for many years, but Lin Ling was a freak, and there was no other. Greetings, 3 generals. Soon, Lin Ling appeared atop the mountain peak. He bowed as he looked at Huang Fui Dao and the others. There's no need to bow. You smelly brat. Even though you're bowing on the surface, I don't think you have much respect for us in your heart. Huang Fui Dao jokingly scolded. When Lin Ling had forced his way into the Demon Break Mountain, he knew that this was a restless soldier. Hearing this, Lin Ling ruefully smiled. Was he really so arrogant? You were able to survive the trip to the 8 Divinity Heavenly Palace and return alive from the hands of so many powerhouses. Not bad at all. But you shouldn't do such risky things in the future. The Demon Break Great General said. Thank you for your concern, sir. Lin Ling's heart warmed. He knew that the concern of these 3 old men came from the bottom of their hearts. It was just that the 8 divinity heavenly palace was extremely important to him. It was impossible for him to have missed it at that time. I know that you have doubts about what happened before. I'll tell you now. The imperial edict is real. Therefore, it was difficult for us to interfere before. Huangfu Yidao explained. In fact, there was no need for him to explain. Lin Ling naturally understood. In the martial god barracks, the 3 generals had a higher status. However, if Deputy General Xianxia dared to be so arrogant, it meant that he relied on the imperial edict. The martial god barracks is just a military barracks of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. Sometimes, we still have to listen to the orders of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. Another general, Xianxia, also said. However, he also had some doubts. In fact, we also don't understand why the imperial edict is targeting you. Therefore, I'm afraid that there's someone you know in the Great Azure Divine Dynasty who is an enemy. I'm not too sure either. However, the truth will come to light eventually. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He guessed that this matter had something to do with Grandma Wendao. Although his enemy, the Heavenly Court, was also very powerful, the Heavenly Court obviously didn't know that he was Li Xiaoyao. Therefore, the Heavenly Court wouldn't attack him for the time being. With your current strength, you can already fight a deputy general. In addition to the military merits of the 8 divinity Heavenly Palace, you've been promoted to a deputy general. It's time for us to fulfill our promise. Your monthly divine crystal reward will be increased by 100 times, and you'll be rewarded with a set of treasured armor. Huangfu Yidao said with a smile. Thank you, sir. Lin Ling was delighted. His current talent wasn't bad, but cultivation resources would always be what he lacked the most. You've also become a martial candidate. However, what do you plan to do next? The Demon Destroyer General asked. I want to go to the Resplendent Academy. Lin Ling stated his purpose. Yes, the experience of the martial god barracks won't be of much help to you. You should go and see a stronger world. In fact, the martial also has the same intention. However, if you want to leave the martial god barracks, you must convince others. Therefore, you must sound the war drums. I'll give you 3 years to prepare. Is that enough? Chapter 2363. How to leave the martial god barracks. Huangfu Yidao nodded as well. Unless you've served for a certain period of time in the martial gods battalion, you'll have to sound the war drums and tell the soldiers that you're qualified to leave. This is the unchanging rule of the martial gods battalion. All right, I'll do it. Lin Ling nodded immediately. Don't agree too early. The war drum isn't that easy to sound. I can tell you that many people have tried to sound the war drum over the years, but only 5 of them succeeded. They left the martial god barracks with glory and retired temporarily. As for those who failed, they didn't sound the drum for 100 years. In the end, they cultivated in the martial god barracks for 1,000 years and met the requirements before they were qualified to leave. Moreover, after you sound the war drum, the marshal will meet you personally. Hearing those words, Lin Ling smiled gratefully at the 3 old men, then nodded. All right, let's not talk about this for now. Let's talk about the 8 gods' heavenly palace. Lin Ling told them about the 8 gods' heavenly palace. Of course, he didn't tell them about the space-time divine steel. No wonder the Great Azure Divine Dynasty issued an imperial edict. They're very interested in that place. Unfortunately, the Flying Dragon Organization and the Heavenly Court are on the move this time. The Great Azure Divine Dynasty doesn't dare to act rashly. The 3 great generals looked at each other. They were slightly more familiar with the 8 gods' heavenly palace. The Flying Dragon Organization and the Heavenly Court were huge forces that spread across the 9 prefectures. The Great Azure Divine Dynasty didn't dare to go against them easily. After chatting for a while, Lin Ling bid farewell and left. He wanted to catch up with Xianyuan Gu'er and the others. After Lin Ling left the demon-shattering mountain, the soldiers seemed to know that Lin Ling's rank had risen. They all saluted him respectfully. Greetings, sir. When Lin Ling returned to the barracks, even Great Commander Huang Qi and the others saluted Lin Ling. Lin Ling was speechless. My lord, if you have any mission, just give it to this humble one. This humble one will go through water and tread on fire without hesitation. Although Commander Huang Qi and the others sounded solemn, Lin Ling knew that they were just teasing him. All right, hand over all your wine. Since the other party was teasing him, Lin Ling decided to go along with them. Ah, my lord, don't be so cruel. Brother Lin Ling, I was just playing with you. Don't take it seriously. This time, Commander Huang Qi and the others were beaten back to their original state. They would rather have Lin Ling as a brother than have Lin Ling as a lord. After all, if Lin Ling was a lord, their wine would suffer. Ha! Lin Ling laughed heartily. In fact, although he had become a deputy general, he still regarded Commander Huang Qi and the others as his seniors. This was because their friendship was not something that could be replaced by a higher position. I didn't expect this. In the past, in my heart, you were just a subordinate. Now, you have become our superior. After so many years in the martial god barracks, you are the fastest to get promoted. At this time, Xianxia, who was standing beside him, exclaimed. In the past, he had fought with Lin Ling. In the end, Lin Ling had won by a narrow margin. However, Lin Ling's magnanimous character had convinced him. Xianxia and Lin Ling shook hands and made peace. The two of them would fight again in the future. However, now, it seemed that it would be very difficult for him to catch up with Lin Ling. The others were stunned for a moment before they fell silent. To be honest, after hearing Xianxuan's words, they realized that Lin Ling's growth was too fast. One had to know that geniuses from all over the world would need at least 100 years to gain a foothold in the martial god realm. This was the level of demonic geniuses. Some even needed 1,000 years or a lifetime. However, Lin Ling didn't even need 10 years. His progress was obviously faster than Commander Huang Qi and the others. I was just lucky. Lin Ling noticed their surprise and smiled faintly. In fact, he wasn't very excited because in the past, Li Xiaoyao had gone further and soared higher. Moreover, his enemies were too strong. For example, the Heavenly Court and the Great Azure Divine Dynasty's secret enemy. All of these forced Lin Ling to become stronger. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Anyway, let's congratulate Lin Ling on his promotion. Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword saw that everyone was silent and tried to smooth things over. The others also congratulated Lin Ling one by one. I already knew that Lin Ling would definitely be promoted. When I first met him, I knew that he was extraordinary. Gong Yangjiang said casually. Tang Yue said disdainfully, speaking in hindsight, do you know how to read fortunes? Hee, Princess Tang Yue, you have sharp eyes. I didn't know how to read people's faces. I didn't expect that other than throwing money, you also know how to boast. Tang Yue didn't believe him at all. The others were also smiling. This kind of lively atmosphere was rare in the martial god barracks. Many of you here will be promoted in the future. For example, Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword will definitely become a commander in less than 3 years. At this time, Lin Ling also joined in the fun. His words made Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword happy. Lin Ling's words were very trustworthy. Congratulations, congratulations. Lu Panyin, Lu Chengfeng, and the others were happy for Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword. Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword must be powerful to be praised by Lord Lin Ling. Lord Lin Ling, what about me? Gong Yangjiang said, unwilling to be outdone. Lin Ling looked at him with a smile. Your path of growth is a little troublesome. At least 10 years ago, you had no achievements, and your strength didn't improve much. Therefore, you were depressed for the first half of your life. As for 10 years later, will I be able to amaze the world with my accumulated strength? Gong Yangjiang was a little excited. No, 10 years later, you'll be used to being a passerby. Lin Ling shook his head. Gong Yangjiang was speechless. The rest of the people laughed out loud. That night, the scout camp was very lively. The martial god barracks was also in an uproar. Many soldiers in the barracks stared at the scout camp who reeked of alcohol with envy. The scout camp had a good leader. It was a pity that they didn't join the scout camp and missed out on a lot. Master, congratulations, congratulations. Sword Immortal Song Tian, and the others were happy for Linling. Linling also rewarded them with some cultivation items to improve their strength. After that, Linling looked at the lively scene and sighed. He thought of the people in his hometown. However, his enemies were still waiting for him. Therefore, he didn't have time to return to his hometown. After the lively banquet, the crowd gradually dispersed. In the barracks, Linling looked at Xianxia and smiled. Guer, it wasn't easy for us to be together again. Xianxia's little face was also full of emotions. It was indeed not easy for her and Linling to be together until now. What are you looking at? You're making me blush. Although she missed it, Xianxia was still a little shy when Linling looked at her like that. You're so beautiful. Linling smiled sincerely. Xianxia was like a naughty little witch. That kind of temperament was extremely rare. Chapter 2364. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo, Studio Flame Ring Under the Night Sky. I see. Then I won't say in the future. Linling nodded in realization. Xianxia's beautiful eyes narrowed. You dare? I want you to say it. You have to say it to me every day, saying that I'm beautiful. Of course, don't say it when there are people around. It's so embarrassing. Haha. Hearing that, Linling couldn't help but laugh. Xianxia was still like a child. However, any woman liked to be praised. This was a principle that would never change. The only difference was who was praising her. Okay. I'll say it every day in the future. Linling held Xianxia's hand and said. Xianxia sniffled, looking extremely cute. This is for you. Then, Linling stretched out his right hand. Colorful flames floated out and formed the shape of a ring in midair. Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. How beautiful! Linling nodded because this was the space-time fire. He planned to use the space-time fire to improve Xianxia's talent. The limit of the space-time fire was the divine body level, but it needed to grow continuously. As for the space-time divine steel, it was even more terrifying than the space-time fire. It wasn't weaker than the desolate body level. In fact, the space-time divine steel and myriad demonic eyes were both desolate body level. In the martial god realm, there were very few people with such talent. However, Linling's current cultivation level was too low. He couldn't use the space-time divine steel at will. He could only use it temporarily. As for the space-time fire, Linling could roughly control it. After all, no matter how powerful one's talent was, it needed a strong cultivation level to match it. Linling, is this for me? Xianxia looked up at Linling. She was extremely touched. A ring was a symbol of love and also a form of recognition. It also meant that the marriage she had waited for thousands of generations had finally paid off. Okay. Linling nodded solemnly and went down on one knee. In his hometown of Wuxia, giving a ring meant proposing. Thank you, what a beautiful ring. Xianxia lowered her head and looked at Linling. She stretched out her small hand, which was then held by Linling. Then, Linling gently put the precious ring on her finger. When the ring touched her small hand, it was a little hot. However, a mysterious power surged out from Linling's body, causing the temperature of the ring to disappear. That's right, it was just warmth. Thank you. The moment the ring was put on, Xianxia's eyes were filled with tears. At this moment, she really wanted to see the great demon king of the East. She wanted her father to be happy for her because her beloved man knelt down for her and put the ring on her finger. Chi. Almost at the same time, in the pitch-black night, resplendent flames soared into the sky, forming gorgeous fireworks. At this moment, many soldiers of the Martial Gods Battalion were resting. When they noticed the fireworks, they walked out one after another. Their gazes were unsurprisingly fixed on the scout camp. They saw a man and a woman appear there, surrounded by gorgeous fireworks. It was as if they were the only two left in the world. So beautiful! Under the pitch-black night, the scene was extremely beautiful. Is that Xianxia? Tang Yue looked into the distance enviously. She was a little excited, as expected of Sir Linling. The others laughed and said. At the same time, The three elders from the Demon Break Mountain narrowed their eyes. That little fellow was truly reckless. He was expressing his love in the military camp. This was practically doing as he pleased. Did he not care about the military rules at all? Forget it. Let's just pretend that we didn't see it. Huangfu Yidao smiled bitterly and shook his head. He had long known that Lin Ling was a restless soldier. At this moment, under the eyes of tens of thousands of people, Lin Ling held Xianxia's hand and looked at the starry sky. Ge, I'm sorry that I can't marry you in your hometown. But here, I'll let everyone know that you're my woman. Lin Ling said word by word. His handsome face was solemn. Thank you. Xianxia was extremely emotional. She had thousands of words to say, but that was all she could say. After all, she also knew that the Martial Gods Battalion was a military camp. Lin Ling's actions were equivalent to disrupting the order. However, Lin Ling still dared to do so. This meant that Lin Ling didn't want to marry her secretly. He wanted to let everyone know that Xianxia was his woman. Follow me. After that, Lin Ling held Xianxia's hand and stepped into the air. Countless gazes looked at the young man and woman. They were even more envious, but they felt that the couple was a match made in heaven. The man was extraordinarily handsome, and the woman was as ethereal as an immortal. Gradually, the two of them disappeared into the silent night, leaving behind only the colorful fireworks. At this moment, Lin Ling and Xianxia appeared in the chaotic universe. They slowly walked forward. It's so beautiful. Xianxia looked at the starry sky and couldn't help but exclaim, "It's very beautiful. In the future, I'll bring you and Yu and the others to tour this chaotic world." Lin Ling's lips curved into a smile. His words were filled with confidence. The two of them walked through one realm after another. As for the powerhouses in those realms, they were all frightened. This was because they could sense that the man and woman walking through the sky were very strong. They were like realm kings. In fact, with Lin Ling's current strength, he could indeed dominate a weak realm. Xianxia liked this kind of peaceful time very much. Every woman had a dream to walk through the galaxy with their beloved man hand in hand until the end of time. And now this dream had come true. Time quietly passed just like that. After an unknown period of time, two figures floated in the chaos of the universe. Xianxia was refining the fires of time and space. As for Lin Ling, he was comprehending the profound sword record. Currently, Lin Ling's strength was enough to fight a fourth-stage world king. He had many cards in his hands. First, he had two Dantians. One of them was a fire Dantian. It was extremely fierce, and his talent had reached the level of a 9th-grade profound body. Moreover, it could still grow. Second, he had the divine steel of time and space. This was the most terrifying aspect. Once the divine steel appeared, the fires of time and space could incinerate all things. Third, he had the divinity and demon body, the profound sword record, and his soul force. These were all Lin Ling's formidable methods. Moreover, if the chaos divine formula reached the second level, then Lin Ling would have 3 Dantians. Just thinking of this was terrifying. Sword Void Ridge. In the void, Lin Ling's angry roar echoed out. He pointed his sword forwards. The power of vibration gushed out from the blade, drawing a line in front of Lin Ling. The second stroke of the profound character also appeared. This strange symbol emitted a blinding light. Then a massive number of swords of light shot out, as if 10,000 swords were suspended in the air. This was the 6th level of the profound sword record, Sword Void Ridge. This was a group sword move. If one were to ride the sword, they would be able to kill enemies a world away. It was extremely sharp. This move had reached the middle 2nd grade level. After a long time, Lin Ling put away his sword and nodded. His strength had risen by around 30% again. First, he would have to constantly swallow fire attribute treasures to increase the level of the fires of time and space. Like this, his control over the space and space divine tablet would become even more formidable. Second, he would have to increase his divinity and demon body and soul force. He was well aware that once his essence, energy, and divine cultivation reached a new boundary, the chaos divine formula would reach the third level and his strength would become even greater. Chapter 2365. The War God Battalion beneath the great Azure Divine Dynasty. I never thought that Gu-Er's talent in the fire attribute would be so good. Then, Lin Ling looked to the side. He saw that Xian Yuan Gu-Er's entire body was covered in multicolored flames. She had clearly succeeded in refining it. After passing through space and time, one could burn through time and space. This was the characteristic of fire. Lin Ling could feel that the space around Xian Yuan Gu-Er began to change. It began to twist, and even time seemed to freeze. Then, Lin Ling didn't interrupt Xian Yuan Gu-Er's cultivation. He began to perceive the profound sword record once more. Sword hanging in the air, 2 dazzling strokes appeared in the void. Then, 10,000 swords soared through the skies. Pung pung pung. In a distant place, some newly born worlds were directly pierced through by 10,000 swords. The strength of these swords was terrifying. It's time to return. After a long time, Lin Ling put away his swords, satisfied. At this time, within the 4th level of the World King realm, there weren't many people he feared. And at this time, the War God Battalion was still as lively as before. The soldiers were also cultivating every day. I have no idea where Lord Lin Ling has gone. He's disappeared for an entire year. Do your own thing. You don't need to worry about Lord Lin Ling. That's right. Have you gone to sound the Heavens Inquisition war drum? I went last year, but failed. I didn't even manage to sound 10 drums. Within the Scout Battalion, Falling Flowers Flowing Water, and the others were discussing. As long as one could sound the Heavens Inquisition war drum over 10 times, then they could retire from the War God Battalion. And this was an extremely glorious moment. The most important thing was that by sounding the war drum, one would obtain a spot to enter the 3 great academies. This was what all the genius commanders yearned for the most. Unfortunately, the war drum was too difficult to sound. So far, only 5 people had succeeded. Thus, all the geniuses present were helpless. In fact, the reason that the geniuses of all worlds came to the War God Battalion was because of the Heavens Inquisition war drum. It is difficult to enter the 3 great academies. If you want to obtain a spot, sounding the war drum is one of the methods. Continue to work hard. But I heard that some people from the War God Battalion are coming. It seems they came for the Heavens Inquisition war drum. Is that possible? Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword and the others once again began to discuss spiritedly. Maybe they're here to show off. Lu Qingfeng said indifferently. The others nodded. It was very possible. After all, everyone had witnessed the difficulty of the Martial God Battalion's battle drums. However, what if someone from the War God Battalion had sounded the drums? Then the Martial God Battalion would definitely lose face. Dong dong dong. At this moment, a military drum sounded. This kind of drumming, 3 long and 2 short, indicated that the military situation was very urgent. The army began to gather. Then they realized that there was also an army coming from the distant sky. A majestic flag appeared. There were 3 large words embroidered on it. War God Battalion. As for that army, they were like dragons and tigers, and their auras were extremely imposing. Moreover, there were quite a few people from the younger generation. This is the Martial God Battalion? Look at those guys, their faces are sallow and their bodies are emaciated. They don't look like soldiers at all. They look more like refugees. At this moment, in the distant army, a man riding a giant yellow lightning tiger smiled faintly. This man was a deputy general. How dare you sow discord in the Martial God Battalion? You're disrupting the unity of our 2 battalions. On the ground, many commanders shouted angrily. The soldiers of the Martial God Battalion hurriedly stood up. They could not let the other party look down on them. What's your position? What's my position? Are you qualified to speak to me? Get lost. However, the man riding the tiger shouted angrily. In the military camp, one's position was strict. Apart from strength, one's military rank was also important. Those with a high military rank had the absolute right to suppress the weak. As expected, Commander Huang Qi and the others' expressions turned ugly. They remained silent. A bunch of trash. The man laughed disdainfully. Yo, Deputy General Huang Feihu, you're really arrogant. What's the point of bullying some soldiers? At this moment, a rolling war chariot came out from the Martial God Battalion. A man stood on top of it. It was Deputy General Hong Jing. Some soldiers don't know the rules, so I'm just giving you some pointers. The man riding the tiger smiled faintly. He was not as arrogant as before because Deputy General Hong Jing had the same status as him. He did not dare to underestimate him. We're here today to help you repair the Martial God Giants. Did the Martial God Battalion send some soldiers to welcome us? An old man in a Taoist robe spoke indifferently after the Martial God Battalion's army descended. His aura was like the might of the heavens. Every single move he made seemed capable of causing a myriad of worlds to explode. Moreover, he sat on a gorgeous war chariot. He seemed like a wise general, but his strength had clearly reached an unfathomable level. Deputy General Hong Jing and the others did not dare be disrespectful when they saw the old man. Because the old man was General Qing Hong, his strength and status were not something they could afford to offend. General Qing Hong, you've come from afar. Please excuse us for not welcoming you. At this moment, 3 old men finally walked out from the Martial God Battalion. Shockingly, they were the 3 great generals. I thought you wouldn't come out. You're really arrogant. The old man, called General Qing Hong, spoke indifferently. Even though they were from the same camp as the Martial God Battalion, they obviously did not get along well. Of course, this was normal. Every camp was their own king. How could they walk together so easily? Where's your Martial God Giants? Are they ready? We've been ordered by the Marshal of the Martial God Battalion to repair them. Great General Qing Hong added. They had been ordered by the Marshal of the Martial God Battalion to help the Martial God Battalion repair the Martial God Giants. Of course, they would definitely make things difficult for them during the process. The Martial God Giants are ready. Huang Fui Dao replied with a smile. He also knew that the other party would not easily repair the Martial God Giants for them. Then, the Demon Destroyer General waved his hand and said, "Bring the Martial God Giants here." The so-called Martial God Giants were puppets made from materials from the 100 Worlds. Their combat strength was extremely shocking. A giant was comparable to a top true God Realm expert. It was the symbol of the Martial God Battalion and was even more famous than the Martial God Cannons. The Martial God Giants of the Martial God Battalion were damaged, so the Great Green Divine Dynasty had asked the Martial God Battalion to help repair them. Even though they did not know why the Martial God Battalion was so confident in repairing it. Since they dared to come, they must have some ability. While waiting, the 2 armies were silent. An oppressive atmosphere quietly drifted out. Suddenly, someone smiled faintly and said, Xianxia, get out here." Beside General Qing Hong, a young man holding a feather fan said faintly. This person was gentle and did not look like a soldier. However, in reality, he was indeed a soldier and his status was not low. He was the number 1 genius of the Martial God Battalion, Qian Taiji. He was from Tating Commandery. In Tating Commandery, his strength and reputation were only below the 9 heavenly sons in Qingzhou. His identity was the youngest deputy general of the Martial God Battalion, and he was about to enter the 3 great colleges. How dare you? How dare you call him Commander Xianxia? Seeing that the other party was young and arrogant, the Martial God Battalion immediately shouted angrily. As for Huang Fui Dao and the other 2 generals, their expressions did not change. It was as if they did not care about such a small matter. In reality, they knew that the young man was not simple, given his arrogance. You are the ones who are bold. Is it your turn to interrupt when I'm speaking? Chapter 2366. The number 1 genius of the War God Battalion, Qian Taiji. Arrogant. They did not expect him to be so arrogant in front of the generals. Huang Fui Dao and the other 2 generals frowned. However, when they saw that General Qing Hong did not speak, they did not speak either. After all, if they spoke, they would be bullying the young. Others would say that the War God Battalion had no talents. Deputy General? He is a Deputy General? Many people in the War God Battalion exclaimed. It's Qian Taiji, Tang Yue said with a frown. Apparently, the falling flowers and flowing water sword recognized him. Didn't he go to the 3 academies? DBIMO asked in surprise. What? He is qualified to go to the 3 academies? More people exclaimed. No wonder Qian Taiji was so arrogant. It turned out that he had a powerful background. After all, those who could enter the 3 academies were people they could only look up to. Commander, the great commander, and the others are not qualified to speak. Then I am qualified to speak. However, at this moment, Deputy General Hong Jing stepped forward. He could not allow Qian Taiji to be so arrogant. Ho ho, your position is the same as mine. You're qualified to speak. However, you're much older than me. It is embarrassing for you to come out and confront me, Qian Taiji said, shaking his head. Deputy General Hong Jing did not know what to say because Qian Taiji's words made sense. Even so, you're not qualified to order our Xianxia. Deputy General Hong Jing said, I am not qualified in the War God Battalion. However, am I qualified in Tating Commandery? Qian Taiji laughed and looked at the War God Battalion's army with contempt. He said, Xianxia, come out. He was from Tating Commandery, and so was Xianxia. Therefore, he was qualified. After all, this was their family matter. As expected, Deputy General Hong Jing and the others could not refute him. They were so angry that their faces turned pale. As for Huang Fu Yi Dao and the other 2 generals, although they looked calm, they were also angry. At this moment, Xianxia stepped forward. He looked terrible. He was from Tating Commandery, and his status was not as high as Qian Taiji's. After all, Qian Taiji was one of the 9 heavens in Qingzhou. Therefore, he had to step forward. Kneel down. Qian Taiji looked at him coldly and said, Don't forget that Tating Commandery trained you to be where you are today. Now you have failed to do what Tating Commandery wants you to do. Tell me, what's the use of you? This is my fault. If you want to kill me, do as you please. Xianxia wore a cold expression and dropped to his knees. He was not kneeling in Qian Taichi, but in Tating Commandery. After all, that was his motherland. As for why Tating Commandery wanted to punish him, he knew that it was because he failed to kill Lin Ling. Men, beat him up. Qian Taichi snorted and waved his hand. A soldier from the God of War Battalion walked out and waved his whip at Xianxia. Commander Xianxia, please excuse me. They even said lazily. After all, they were just small soldiers. But now, they could fight against the senior commander. This was also a great honor. Haha, to be beaten in front of 2 armies, this is a great loss of face. Laughter erupted from the War God Battalion. Whack, whack, whack. Xianxia gritted his teeth and said, Although I failed to complete the task, I did not show mercy to my enemy. Therefore, I did not disappoint Tating Commandery. Xianxia said. No one knew what task Tating Commandery had given him. However, Qian Taiji knew that it was to kill Lin Ling. However, Xianxia admitted that he had not shown mercy to Lin Ling. In the previous battle, he had tried his best and almost died together with Lin Ling. Therefore, he had a clear conscience. A failure is a failure. Since you have not killed the person you wanted to kill, why are you still alive? Today, on behalf of Tating Commandery, I will beat you to death. Qian Taiji looked at Xianxia with disdain. His words shocked the soldiers of the War God Battalion. Killing Xianxia in front of the army? This is too cruel. However, although they were unwilling, no one dared to say anything. They could only watch helplessly. Even the 3 great generals could not intervene in this matter, because it was a matter of Tating Commandery. Qian Taiji was in high spirits, as if he was in charge of everything. He said, I heard that there's a genius called Lin Ling in the War God Battalion. Why haven't I seen him today? Could it be that he died outside while on a mission? What nonsense are you talking about? Deputy General Hong Jing glared at Qian Taiji when he heard his arrogant words. He could not help Xianxia if Taiji wanted to kill him. However, Lin Ling was not from Tating Commandery, so Xianxia could not be so arrogant. Oh, why are you so agitated? It is said that Lin Ling is the #1 genius in the War God Battalion. He has become a commander at a young age. I don't know if there is any exaggeration. In my opinion, he might be a piece of trash, Taiji said unscrupulously. He had heard of Lin Ling. It was said that Lin Ling had destroyed their branch family and killed young Master Xianxia. He was an enemy of Tating Commandery. General Qing Hong, who was not far away, smiled. He had also heard of Lin Ling's name. However, he did not think that Lin Ling was comparable to the #1 genius of the War God Battalion, Taiji. Taiji, don't be too arrogant. Be careful of your words. The anger on Deputy General Hong Jing's face grew stronger and stronger. Am I talking about you? I am talking about Lin Ling. Lin Ling is a piece of trash. He is not qualified for me to get into trouble. Taiji smiled disdainfully. He looked at Xianxia and said, beat him up. Kill him in front of them. Fierce. Fierce. His aura was extremely fierce. However, at this moment, a streamer shot down from the sky. Then, 2 figures appeared in front of everyone. It was a man and a woman. The man's long hair was tied behind his head, and he wore a black robe. He seemed to be in high spirits. The woman wore a black dress, and she was so beautiful that she was captivating. Their harmonious beauty attracted the gazes of countless people, and many people felt that they were a perfect match for each other. However, after their initial shock, many people from the Martial God Battalion were delighted because Lord Lin Ling had returned. Beautiful! Wow! Taiji looked at the woman in the sky and licked his lips. At this moment, Lin Ling looked coldly at the scene below. Then, he walked down and walked toward Taiji. Who is this soldier of yours? Is that your wife? Not bad. I will take her away later. Wow! Taiji looked at Lin Ling and said while waving his fan. Hearing this, the soldiers of the War God Battalion were shocked. This guy could be arrogant in front of Xianxia. However, he dared to be arrogant in front of Lin Ling? Is he looking for death? Sure enough, Lin Ling's eyes became even colder. He stopped in front of Taiji. Taiji also noticed that the person in front of him was not afraid of him. He raised his chin and stared at the person. He wanted to know what this soldier wanted to say. Who the fuck are you? Fuck. However, in the next moment, Lin Ling slapped him. It was a thunderous attack. Slap. Chapter 2367. The Rebirth of Xianxia. Seeing this, the soldiers of the God of War Battalion trembled violently. Who is this guy? He is even more arrogant than Taiji. He dares to attack in front of the great general. Even Huangfu Yidao and the others were surprised. Lin Ling is back. His attack is earth-shattering. On the ground, Taiji was humiliated after he fell. He shouted angrily, "How dare you offend me? Kill him. Kill him just like Xianxia. Kill." But can he kill him? Before he could finish speaking, Lin Ling rushed over and stepped on his body, which had just crawled up. Once again, bang! The sound was loud. The power of that kick was terrifying. Puff! Taiji spat out blood and saw stars. He was like a dog being stepped on. Lin Ling even stepped on his face and rubbed it hard. This humiliation made the God of War Battalion silent. Many soldiers clenched their fists in anger. How dare you offend your comrades? Today, I will kill this insolent ant on behalf of the God of War Battalion. Kill. General Qing Hong couldn't stand it anymore and gave the order to kill. General Qing Hong, calm down. That's our deputy general, Lin Ling. Kill. However, General Qing Hong was stunned by Huangfu Yidao's voice. That guy is also a deputy general, and he's Lin Ling? As far as he knew, Lin Ling was only a great general. He couldn't do anything now. Just like the 3 great generals, he would be accused of bullying the weak. At this moment, Lin Ling was still stepping on Taiji. He glared at him and said, "You and I are both deputy generals, but you keep calling me trash, insulting your comrades, and sowing discord. I won't forgive you today." He saw what happened to Xianxia, so he was furious. Xianxia came to kill Lin Ling in the past, but he was honest. He didn't go easy on Lin Ling and fought with his life. This made Lin Ling recognize him. This was a real man. But now, this indomitable man was about to be killed. Lin Ling could not swallow this anger. If you let me go, I will let Xianxia go. Qian Taichi couldn't resist at all. He immediately knew that Lin Ling's strength was more powerful than he imagined. He also knew that Lin Ling's status was not lower than his. Previously, he had insulted Lin Ling, and based on this, Lin Ling could make a move against him. Of course, if his strength was stronger than Lin Ling, then the one who would lose face would be Lin Ling. Unfortunately, his strength was inferior to Lin Ling. All right, I promise you, I'll kill him for you. Lin Ling retracted his foot and walked towards Xianxia step by step. When he arrived in front of the ladder, his hands quickly pointed out. Puff, puff. Xianxia's body trembled as blood spurted out from his body. However, he looked at Lin Ling and smiled. Eventually, he fell down. Everyone was shocked when they saw this. Lin Ling had really killed Xianxia. As for Qian Taichi, he also got up. He was in a sorry state. However, when he saw Lin Ling's actions, he did not say anything. That was because he had come here to kill Xianxia. Lin Ling had killed Xianxia, which was exactly what he wanted. Isn't Lin Ling the commander? When did he become a deputy general? Also, why is he so powerful? However, when Qian Taichi thought of being slapped to the ground, he was furious. He was the #1 genius of the War God Battalion, and Lin Ling was also the #1 genius of the War God Battalion. It was obvious who was stronger and who was weaker. Trash, is he dead? At this time, Lin Ling's cold voice rang out. He said that Qian Taichi was trash. Of course, in Lin Ling's heart, Qian Taichi was indeed trash. The Sunbone of Tating Commandery was still a figure. Dead, he is indeed dead. Lin Ling, you have killed Xianxia. Tating Commandery will not let you go. Qian Taichi's face darkened. Lin Ling had called him trash, but he could not refute it. After all, everyone had seen that his strength was not as good as Lin Ling's. Don't falsely accuse me. Even if I didn't kill him, you would have killed him. Lin Ling said coldly. He has been killed by you. Everyone knows that. Although I have promised you that you could kill him, Tating Commandery will not. Qian Taichi sneered. Are you sure he's really dead? However, Lin Ling suddenly smiled. His smile was evil and gave Qian Taichi a bad feeling. He stared at the dead Xianxia and realized that Xianxia was indeed dead. For a moment, he did not understand what Lin Ling meant. Even General Qinghong was confused. He did not understand why Lin Ling had asked that question. Of course, Qian Taichi nodded and said, That's good. Today, Commander Xianxia is dead. A new Xianxia has been born. Lin Ling walked towards Xianxia step by step. His hands moved like butterflies as he kept pointing at Xianxia. Xianxia's body trembled. Gradually, his fingers moved, and he slowly stood up. His face was filled with disbelief. Previously, when Lin Ling wanted to kill him, he did not fight back. That was because he was willing to die in Lin Ling's hands. But now he had come back to life. What is going on? I sensed that Xianxia was dead. Even his soul was shattered. How could he come back to life? Did I see it wrong? The two armies also let out cries of surprise, as if they had seen a miracle. Is this the legendary 9 Deaths finger skill? The eyes of the generals on both sides trembled violently. Xianxuan's resurrection, coupled with Lin Ling's mysterious finger technique, made them think of the legendary mysterious technique. The so-called 9 Deaths finger skill meant that one would die 9 times. After each death, one's strength would increase greatly. Of course, if one did not come back to life after death, he would be dead forever. This was a very extreme cultivation method. They had heard of such a cruel skill before. However, they had never thought that Lin Ling would know such a skill. That was why they were sure that Xianxia was dead. That's right. This is indeed the 9 Deaths finger skill. Seeing that everyone was shocked, Lin Ling did not hide anything. Then he looked at Xianxia and said, "Now that you have the 9 deaths genuine qi, it means that you can only practice this skill. After experiencing 9 deaths, you will be reborn. Are you willing?" "Yes," Xianxia said excitedly. Although this skill was dangerous, at least he had come back to life. It was all worth it. Moreover, the effect of the 9 deaths finger skill was great. He sensed that he was about to break through. "I will teach you the rest of the finger skills. In the future, you will change your surname to Lin. Are you willing?" Lin Ling said again. If Xianxia changed his surname, it meant that he was no longer a citizen of Tating Commandery. Xianxia glanced at Qian Taiji and sneered. He nodded immediately and said, "I am willing." Previously, he had already died. He had repaid the debt he owed to Tating Commandery. Now he was a new student, and his name was Lin Xianxia. Good. Lin Ling could not help but smile. It was a smile of satisfaction. Chapter 2368. Repairing the martial god giant Xianxia. How dare you? On the other side, Qian Taiji was furious, as if he had been fooled. He knew what had happened. This meant that Xianxia had nothing to do with Tating Prefecture anymore. "Sir Qian Taiji, my name is Lin Xianxia. Please don't call me by the wrong name." Unfortunately, Xianxia looked at Qian Taiji with disdain. He no longer regarded Qian Taiji as his superior. "Shut up. You were sure that he was dead. Now, he is not Xianxia, but Lin Xianxia. Try to touch him in front of me. I will make sure you can't leave the Martial Gods Battalion." Lin Ling shouted angrily as he stared at Qian Taiji coldly, like a ferocious tiger. Everyone in the Martial Gods Battalion knew that he was protective of his men. If Qian Taiji dared to touch his men, Lin Ling would dare to touch Qian Taiji. "You can try." The soldiers of the Martial Gods Battalion also began to roar. Their blood was boiling, and all the gloominess from before was spat out. Huangfu Yidao and the other 2 generals could not touch Qian Taiji because of their status. However, it was the right time for Lin Ling to do so. Lin Ling's status was not lower than Qian Taiji's, and he was more powerful. There was no need to fear him. Qian Taiji had not expected things to turn out this way. General Qing Hong's face darkened. However, he could not do anything. He was disappointed in Qian Taiji. Boom, 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 boom. At this moment, a deafening sound was heard. A large number of soldiers pulled a giant over. At a closer look, it was a giant that was a few hundred meters tall. The giant was like a bronze giant. Its bronze color lit up the area, and it was extremely powerful. It was the martial god giant. Lin Ling stared at the giant in surprise and muttered to himself, "A puppet! Puppet!" He could see that the giant was a puppet. In fact, it was also a weapon. However, the requirement of the enchantment was very strict, and the materials used to make it were rare. Therefore, very few people could own a puppet. He did not expect the Martial Gods Battalion to have such a strong foundation. First, they had the Martial God Cannon, then the Martial God Giant. "Martial God Giant, I brought you the Martial God Giant." At this moment, Huangfu Yidao also spoke. Repairing the puppets required a world boundary master. The Martial God Barracks was a military barracks, so the weapons they needed were all provided by the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. Naturally, there were no world boundary masters. In reality, world spiritist status was extremely high. Even in the Great Azure Divine Dynasty, they were highly respected existences. So, even if the Martial God Battalion wanted to invite a world spiritist, they might not be able to, especially the boundary master above the blue robe. It was even harder to invite them out of the mountain. Don't fix it. However, at this moment, Qian Taiji suddenly said coldly. The eyes of everyone from the Martial God Battalion narrowed when they heard this. The expressions of the 3 great generals changed as well. They had brought the giant martial god out, yet he said that he would not repair it? What a joke. A soldier's word carries enormous weight. "General Qing Hong, what do you mean by this?" The demon destroyer, great general, frowned. Anger could be seen on his face. We were ordered by the Marshal to repair the martial god giant, and the order should have come from the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. However, our boundary masters don't want to repair it, so we can't do anything about it. General Green Rainbow said indifferently, "Maybe you guys were too arrogant before, causing the world spiritist to be very unhappy." Clearly, he was blaming Linling. Let me tell you, I invited that world spiritist from the ancient city of everlasting desolation. He's our master. If I say I won't repair it, then I won't repair it. Qian Taiji's words were extremely shocking. No wonder he was so arrogant. So that world spiritist was his master. You guys are too excessive. The three great generals spoke at the same time. Was he toying with them? If it wasn't for the fact that they needed a green robe world spiritist to repair the puppet, they wouldn't have begged him even if they were beaten to death. Although they were profound in the martial path, in terms of world spiritists, they were only black robes. They could barely be considered world spiritists. If you want to blame someone, blame yourselves for not knowing how to treat guests. Of course, if you are unhappy, then go to the Great Azure Divine Dynasty and ask for permission. Have them invite someone else. Qian Taiji said indifferently. On the martial god battalion side, a middle-aged man slowly walked out. It seemed to be that world spiritist. His strength couldn't be compared to the three great generals, but with world spiritists, his position was not weak. My time is limited. If it wasn't for the Great Azure Divine Dynasty asking me to help, I definitely wouldn't have come. If there's anything right now, say it immediately. Don't waste my time. After the middle-aged man walked out, he narrowed his eyes and spoke. He didn't even look at the crowd and had an arrogant expression on his face. However, no one felt he was arrogant because the weapons of martial artists all came from world spiritists. So, unless there was a huge benefit involved, no one would rashly provoke a world spiritist. He's from the ancient city of everlasting desolation. At that moment, in the martial god battalion, Gong Yangjiang, Tang Yue, and the others narrowed their eyes. Especially after seeing the middle-aged man, Gong Yangjiang's pupils contracted. In the past, when he first met Lin Ling, it was in the 100 Knowings market of the ancient city of everlasting desolation. At that time, Lin Ling had accepted a mission and was then made difficult by a world spiritist. That world spiritist seemed to be the person in front of him, called Feng Wuhan. Later, Ancestor Longpo appeared and taught Feng Wuhan a lesson. Moreover, Ancestor Longpo's relationship with Lin Ling was extremely good. Then, Gong Yangjiang and Tang Yue glanced at each other, their expressions a bit strange. Even Lin Ling recognized that person. At that time, he was handing in the Starseed Heavenly Zither's mission. The middle-aged man in front of him made things difficult for him, and later, he let him eat the mission slip. However, that guy was very respectful towards Ancestor Longpo. His spirit formation strength was inferior to Ancestor Longpo's. Master, they knew you were coming, yet they still dared to neglect you. Especially that young man, he's too much. At that moment, Qian Taichi pointed at Lin Ling and said, Feng Wuhan, who was beside him, narrowed his eyes and didn't even look at Lin Ling in my opinion. The martial god battalion should apologize. Otherwise, we won't repair this giant martial god. Master, am I right? Qian Taichi said again. I haven't accepted you as my disciple yet, so don't be too full of yourself. However, your words are reasonable. Let them apologize. Feng Wuhan crossed his arms and closed his eyes as he rested. Hearing those words, Qian Taichi immediately became complacent. With a sneer on his face, he looked at the people from the martial god battalion. Did you hear that? Everyone must apologize. That guy called Lin Ling must kneel. Otherwise, our martial god battalion will return home. Intolerable bullying. Hearing those words, the people from the martial god battalion were all secretly furious. The three great generals were so furious that their lungs were about to explode. If it wasn't for the Great Azure God dynasty suppressing them, they would have already killed that arrogant brat. Although they were above tens of thousands of people, they were still soldiers. As soldiers, it was their duty to obey orders. So, without orders, they didn't dare to casually start a war with the martial god battalion. And today, if they didn't repair the giant martial god, they would be delaying military intelligence. Their crime would not be small, but were they really going to apologize? That hateful brat was simply intolerable bullying. Make him kneel first. Chapter 23:69. 3 times is enough. Your Excellency, it's best not to be overbearing, Huang Fu Yidao said. Haha, if you don't agree, then we'll leave. However, the martial god giants haven't been repaired yet. If there's a battle and the martial god giants can't move, then you'll be delaying the military situation. If the great Azure Divine Dynasty blames you, you won't be able to bear the consequences, Qian Taiji said as he waved the feather fan in his hand. He was pressuring the generals. In reality, he didn't dare to be too arrogant. However, to be able to see Lin Ling kneel was enough. Get lost, brat. Don't let me see you alone. Otherwise, I'll definitely kill you. You want my people to kneel now? All of you scram. Seeing Qian Taiji's impudence, the Demon Destroyer General couldn't bear it anymore and directly chased them away. A warrior would rather be killed than humiliated. Of course, the martial god battalion soldiers were the same. Their eyes were all red. On the other side, General Qing Hong sneered. Then let's go. What's the big deal? He'd like to see how the martial god battalion would answer to the great Azure Divine Dynasty. As he thought of that, he wanted to leave with his army. However, at that moment, a lazy voice sounded. It was Feng Wuhan. You're all from the great Azure Divine Dynasty's army. I don't have time to care about the matters between you. I also don't have time to watch you quarrel. Now, is anyone kneeling? If not, I'll leave. At that moment, Feng Wuhan finally opened his eyes. His expression was extremely impatient. However, when his gaze swept across the crowd and landed on Lin Ling, his eyes narrowed. That black-robed youth seemed somewhat familiar. Compared to his surprise, Lin Ling's expression was very cold. He didn't expect Qian Taiji to be so excessive. He said indifferently, "Looks like you didn't eat enough paper last time. Now, let's see if it's me kneeling or you kneeling." His voice turned cold. Everyone who knew him knew that Lin Ling was a little angry at this moment. However, his words undoubtedly stunned the people from the Martial God Battalion. Deputy General Lin Ling was still so arrogant at this time. He was courting death. He was definitely courting death. Great, you even dare to provoke the world spiritist invited by the great Azure Divine Dynasty. Martial Gods Battalion. Oh, Martial Gods Battalion. Are you trying to rebel? Master, don't bother with these people. They will regret it. Qian Taiji definitely wouldn't miss such an opportunity. He flattered him while reprimanding him. Unfortunately, he did not see that Wind Without Trace's face had become distorted. There was even fear and panic. If he remembered correctly, that brat had once caused him to suffer a great loss. After that, he found out that the Ancestor Dragon Granny had set her eyes on that brat and had even invited him to the 3 great academies. The Ancestor Dragon Granny was not only someone from the 3 great academies, she was also a powerful world spiritist. How could he provoke someone she had set her eyes on? Taking a step back, the mission list of that brat from back then still made him feel amazed. That brat seemed to be a world spiritist too. Kneel down now, Feng Wuhan said quickly. His tone was anxious, but Qian Taichi couldn't help but laugh. He didn't expect his master to be angry. Lin Ling was going to suffer. However, just as he was about to speak, a palm suddenly slapped him on the back of his head, knocking him to the ground. Kneel down right now. With a bang, Qian Taichi was smashed to the ground. His face was filled with disbelief. His master was angry, but was he venting his anger on him? Seeing that, the soldiers of the 2 armies opened their mouths wide. Master, what are you doing? Master! Qian Taichi felt extremely wronged as he whispered. However, Wind Without Trace completely ignored him. He jogged to Lin Ling, bowed respectfully and said, "So Senior is here. Please don't blame me for not noticing Senior here." Master. He bowed deeply and saluted. This. Master. The 2 armies were silent. Even some of the soldiers holding the flags dropped them to the ground in shock. At that moment, even the war horses didn't dare to make a sound. Although Wind Without Trace cultivation wasn't high, Because of his identity as a world spiritist, he didn't even put a general in his eyes. But now, this insufferably arrogant, green-robed world spiritist was currying favor with Lin Ling like a pug. Moreover, he was even calling Lin Ling senior. This was simply an endless night's talk. Lin Ling's expression didn't change. He was still indifferent. Your disciple seemed to be very arrogant earlier. Huh, my disciple? Huh. Wind Without Trace's expression changed drastically. He took a step forward and arrived in front of Xianxia. He slapped him again. Who gave you the courage to call me your master? I don't have a disciple like you. Get lost. Scram. Master you. Scram. Xianxia was smashed to the ground again. He was even more confused. Because of Lin Ling's words, he couldn't become Wind Without Trace disciple. One must know that a world spiritist must be brought in by a master. Wind Without Trace was a green-robed world spiritist recognized by the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. Not only was it beneficial for him, but it was also beneficial for Tating Commandery. He had even boasted in Tating Commandery that he had already become Wind Without Trace disciple. At that time, the entire commandery was congratulating him. His father was also proud. Now that he was chased away, how could he report back? He would probably be laughed at to death. Master, give me another chance. Yes. Xianxia quickly got up and grabbed Wind Without Trace's leg. Bang. However, Wind Without Trace sent him flying with a kick. He cut off all ties and said straightforwardly, "Get lost. It's fine if you want to die, but don't drag me down. If you come closer to me, I'll kill you." Yes. Hearing Wind Without Trace, ruthless words, both armies were dumbfounded. The four generals also stared at Lin Ling. They felt that it was earth-shattering. You were very arrogant before. You actually wanted our martial god battalion to bow. However, Lin Ling's expression was still cold. Senior, I didn't recognize you. As the saying goes, the ignorant are not guilty. Wind Without Trace said with a terrified expression. Then, he ruthlessly slapped himself a few times. Look at my eyes. I really deserve to be hit. I'll hit. Yes, he knew very well that as long as he still wanted to cultivate as a world spiritist, he couldn't offend Ancestor Dragon Granny. Therefore, he couldn't afford to offend this young man. Slap, slap, slap. The crisp slaps were even louder than the war drums, causing the martial god battalion to be speechless. They felt as if they were dreaming. As for Huangfu Yidao and the other two generals, they were all stunned, although they knew that Lin Ling was very mysterious. Making a green-robed world spiritist slap his own face and flatter him like a dog was not something that could be done with strength. Something must have happened between them, which caused Wind Without Trace to be very afraid of Lin Ling. However, the world spiritist who was arrogant and had his eyes above his head was now slapping his own face. This scene made them feel that it was very unreal. Senior, the ignorant are not guilty. Look at the martial god giant. I'll repair it for you for free. Slap. Wind Without Trace carefully looked at Lin Ling. He was afraid that Lin Ling was still angry. Do I need your help? Slap. However, Lin Ling's expression was still not good. This little guy? The hearts of Huangfu Yidao and the others fiercely trembled. Right now, Lin Ling could completely let him repair the martial god giant, but who knew that Lin Ling would actually disdain him? Moreover, his tone was still cold. Subconsciously, they were also afraid that Wind Without Trace would be angered and leave. After all, an arrogant attitude could be used once, but it couldn't be used thrice. Chapter 2370. Translator, Nioibo Studio. See the guests out. Master Feng Wuhan, this Brad is too arrogant. He's not giving you any face at all. At this moment, Xianxia got up. He hated Lin Ling to the bone. However, he believed that Master Feng Wuhan had been bewitched by Lin Ling. If Lin Ling continued to neglect him, he would definitely offend Master Feng Wuhan. Grandmaster Feng Wuhan, you might have mistaken him for someone else. This kid has never even been to the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. He's not as powerful as you think. Green Rainbow General also opened his mouth to speak. At this moment, he was certain that Feng Wuhan had definitely mistaken him for someone else. Don't listen to their nonsense. Grandmaster Feng Wuhan, Please take action. Huang Fui Dao and the others hurriedly said. They were afraid that Feng Wuhan would be so dissension. If that happened, it would be over. Voices rang out one after another. However, Feng Wuhan's expression was indifferent, and he did not say a word. Earlier, when Lin Ling refused to let him repair the martial god giant, he was indeed very anxious. However, he suddenly recalled what had happened in the everlasting market, and now he suddenly understood. I won't repair the giant martial god, Feng Wuhan said calmly. What? Why don't you fix it? The expressions of Huangfu Yidao and the others changed dramatically. It seemed that Lin Ling had thoroughly angered Feng Wuhan. Haha, Grandmaster Feng Wuhan, it seems like you've understood. I was just talking about a small soldier. How could a grandmaster like you bow to him personally? Grandmaster must have mistaken me for someone else. General Qinghong couldn't help but laugh. Qian Taichi was also elated and almost roared at the sky. Previously, he had been utterly humiliated, but now, Master Feng Wuhan had finally changed his mind. He wanted to see what Lin Ling would say next. After Huangfu Dao and the others sighed, they started to look for Lin Ling. If there weren't so many people here, they would have told Lin Ling that Lin Ling should have been more polite. I didn't repair it because Senior has already done it. However, just as their gazes moved, Grandmaster Feng Wuhan spoke. His words were like thunder, silencing the entire army. The truth was that Feng Wuhan had come to a sudden realization because he knew that Lin Ling didn't need him to repair the martial god giant, because Lin Ling could do it himself. At practically the same time, numerous gazes started to search for Lin Ling. Only then did they notice that Lin Ling had arrived before the martial god giant. His hands moved repeatedly, causing numerous mysterious barriers to float out and be slapped onto the martial god giant. Ka. The giant who had fallen to the ground slowly got up. That terrifying aura caused the two armies to fall into silence. That guy knows how to use spirit formations. Huangfu Dao and the others were so shocked that they almost fell to the ground. One must know that in the martial god battalion, there were actually many people who knew spirit formations. However, they only knew a little about it. At most, they would only be able to use black cloak or white cloak. It was already very good to be able to use blue cloak. Therefore, they had sought the help of Wind Without Trace because he was a green robe. As the saying went, if a robe was less than blue, then calling oneself a boundary master would be futile. Only green-robed world spiritist would be able to enter the eyes of the various powers. Yet now, their martial god battalion had actually concealed a green-robed world spiritist. That boy is so young. How could he be a green-robed world spiritist? That great General Cyan Rainbow also cried out in alarm. However, that was not the end of it. Strands of multicolored flames floated out dazzlingly. Chi. Once the flames appeared, the martial god giant's left leg began to burn. There was a scar there. This time, the flames were used to heal the wound on the left leg. With the burning of the flames and the numerous mysterious barriers, the wound on the left leg rapidly healed. What sort of flames are those? This time, even Wind Without Trace was astonished. He had guessed that the mysterious youth would definitely have some ability. However, he had never imagined that the youth would actually possess such flames. After all, the majority of world spiritists were fire, lightning, and light attribute world spiritists. Using those talents to forge spirit formations would allow them to achieve twice the results with half the effort. As for that mysterious youth, he was clearly a fire attribute world spiritist. However, the mysteriousness of his flames caused even Wind Without Trace to feel extremely envious. At that moment, Wind Without Trace was clearly unnecessary. There was no need for him to personally take care of the martial god giant. The two armies stared at the black-robed youth. At that moment, the youth was like a dazzling star that emitted boundless radiance. Falling flowers, flowing water, and the others were secretly excited. It seemed that they had still underestimated their lord's mysteriousness. It's done. Almost at the same time, Lin Ling's voice floated out. It's done? The two armies spoke at the same time. So fast. They had thought that the restoration would take at least 3 months. However, only an incense stick's worth of time had passed. Senior, is it really done? Wind Without Trace flew over and exclaimed in disbelief. It's just a puppet. How much time do you want to waste? I don't have that much time, Lin Ling said indifferently. His skill in forging spirit formations was extremely high. He had always been lacking in materials. This time, it was just restoration and not forging. How much time would he need to waste? Most importantly, he possessed the space-time flame. The restoration process was 100 times faster. The space-time flame was capable of burning time and space. It naturally had the ability to shorten the time required during the forging process. Even if that's the case, it's still too fast. Wind Without Trace looked at Lin Ling dumbfoundedly. Then, under countless gazes, he knelt down and said, Master, please accept me as your disciple. When he knelt down, the two armies almost knelt down as well. They knelt down in shock. Was this still the arrogant, green-robed spirit formation master from before? Moreover, he had come today to restore the martial god giant. He had even come to acknowledge him as his master. As for Xianxia, his mouth was wide open. He could not make any sound. He was proud to be able to acknowledge Master Wind Without Trace. However, Master Wind Without Trace had rejected him and instead acknowledged Lin Ling as his master. Then what was he? He was Lin Ling's grand disciple? No, he could not even be considered Lin Ling's grand disciple. Good. That's great. After the shock, Huangfui Dao and the other two old men shouted excitedly. They had never thought that the boy was also a spirit formation master. They had found out too late. They were even more curious about Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling's cultivation speed was fast, and his comprehension of martial techniques was not weak. However, he also knew how to use spirit formations. Could it be that he had 3 heads and 6 arms? He had reached the point of perfection in every field. General Qinghong, I'm sorry for making you come here in vain. Now send the guests out. Then, Huangfui Dao looked at General Qinghong and said, earlier, they had swallowed their anger, but now they could hold their heads high. Send the guests out. The soldiers of the Martial God Battalion also let out cheerful voices. They had been displeased with the Martial God Battalion for a long time. You came from afar and didn't even drink a sip of water. Our Martial God Battalion has neglected our guests. Who told them to be trash? We invited them to restore the Martial God Giant, but they failed. How could they have the nerve to stay? That's right. Our Lord Lin Ling is still the best. The soldiers all waved their fists. Without a doubt, the soldiers of the Martial God Battalion were so angry that their lungs were about to explode. Chapter 2371. Inquiring Heaven War Drum. Hold on, I want to go to the Inquiring Heaven War Drum. Xianxia shouted angrily. He had been humiliated repeatedly today, and he couldn't take it lying down. Moreover, if he went back with his tail between his legs, the soldiers of the God of War Battalion would definitely blame him. That's right, the Marshal of the God of War Battalion has agreed to let us go to the Inquiring Heaven War Drum. General Qinghong also didn't want to leave like a stray dog. Huangfui Dao and the rest had indeed received the order, and they nodded immediately. They naturally couldn't disobey the Marshal's order. You're Lin Ling, right? Do you dare to play with the God of War Battalion? Let's see who can beat the drum better. Xianxia stared at Lin Ling as if he wanted to kill Lin Ling. Why are you shouting so loudly? Do you think you can win by shouting loudly? Or are you a toad who wants others to notice you? So you croak? How embarrassing. How can you call yourself the #1 genius of the God of War Battalion? The youngest deputy general? Is there no one else in the God of War Battalion? You found a toad to be your deputy general. Lin Ling retorted. He was extremely unhappy with Xianxia. I think there's no one else in the God of War Battalion, but they found a toad to be their deputy general. In fact, I think a frog is more suitable. A lot of mocking laughter came from the God of War Battalion. The God of War Battalion trembled in anger, but they couldn't refute. Don't try to talk back. Of course, the angriest one was undoubtedly Xianxia. He tore off a large number of feathers from the feather fan in his hand. He was seething with anger. In fact, his strength and status weren't weak. Unfortunately, he met Lin Ling, otherwise, he could still be a little arrogant. You're angry just because someone else said something. You'd better not be a deputy general. However, Lin Ling replied indifferently. Many people in the War God Battalion nodded in agreement. Lin Ling and Qian Taichi were both the #1 geniuses in the battalion. However, it was clear who was more dazzling. I say, Lord Qian Taishu, stop tearing your fan. You've already plucked out all the feathers. You should calm down. Even falling flowers, flowing water, Sword teased him. You. At this moment, Shantayoshi was suppressing his anger. His face was round. Go to the heaven-inquiring war drum. General Green Rainbow also felt that Qian Taichi was embarrassed, so he tried to smooth things over. Then let's go. Huang Fui Dao and the others immediately nodded. The two armies immediately merged and advanced into the distance. The heaven-seeking war drum was rumored to have accumulated countless soldier formations. There were 8 trigrams formation, 9 armies formation, white crane flaring wings formation, etc. As for the 81 war drums, after they were beaten, tens of millions of soldiers would appear. It was something that every marshal had to learn. According to the rules of the Martial God Battalion, anyone who could beat 10 war drums would be able to proudly leave the Martial God Battalion. This was a supreme honor. Today, the people from the Martial God Battalion had come to beat the war drums. Obviously, they knew that many people from the Martial God Battalion had failed, so they wanted to use this opportunity to attack the Martial God Battalion and prove that the Martial God Battalion was more powerful. The two armies quickly arrived at a canyon. The canyon was so deep that one couldn't see the bottom. From time to time, battle cries could be heard. Above the canyon, lightning flashed like snakes. Above the endless lightning, mysterious clouds drifted. One could vaguely see the war drums beating. This was the heaven-seeking war drum left behind by the predecessors. Lin Ling, if you want to leave the Martial God Battalion, you must beat the heaven-seeking war drum. However, since it's your first time here, there's no need to rush. You'll definitely succeed after some research. Huang Fui Dao appeared beside Lin Ling and gave him some pointers. Lin Ling nodded. In fact, his main goal here was to beat the war drums and leave the Martial God Battalion. Dong, dong, dong. At the same time, the soundless sound of the war drums resounded. It was transmitted to everyone's hearts, making them feel as though they were being summoned by the war drums to prepare for battle. However, in reality, the war drums were silent. It was the momentum of the war drums that affected the army. These drums actually have souls. Lin Ling was secretly shocked. Through his eyes of time, he saw that every drum represented an army of millions. It represented a supreme military formation with an imposing aura. I'll go first. At this moment, the chess boy spoke. He was good at chess and had been here twice. Therefore, he was familiar with the heaven-seeking war drum. Go, Commander Chess, go for it. Many people from the Martial God Battalion cheered immediately. They were looking forward to the chess boy beating the war drums. It's moving. At this moment, someone exclaimed. The chess boy shot into the clouds and disappeared without a trace. He was looking for the first drum. One had to know that there were 81 drums here. They were hidden very well and had to be beaten according to order. Otherwise, they would fail. The war drums weren't static. Every 15 minutes, they would undergo earth-shattering changes. He'll definitely fail. Many soldiers from the Martial God Battalion mocked. They were here to trample on the battlefield. Naturally, they didn't want the Martial God Battalion to return victorious. What nonsense are you talking about? Many people from the Martial God Battalion refused to be outdone. Dong, dong, dong. At this moment, the war drums resounded. We did it. Huang Fui Dao and the others laughed when they heard the drums. The first drum was beaten. Dong, dong, dong. However, their surprise didn't end there. The second drum was beaten, and it was even louder this time. If these drum beats were to be played in the myriad of worlds, it would be enough to shatter a world. Especially Lin Ling's world, A single drum could cause the world to collapse. Dong dong dong. The third drum followed closely behind. Nice! The soldiers of the martial god battalion cheered. As the saying goes, one can do it in one go. The chess boy had beaten the drums 3 times in a row. Dong dong dong. However, the deafening sound resounded once more. The fourth drum was beaten. The fifth drum. At this moment, the soldiers of the martial god battalion became nervous. Were they going to fail again? They could only watch as the commander of the martial god battalion bullied them. Calm down. However, Xianxia waved his fan and spoke indifferently. His tone was filled with confidence. However, the feathers on his fan were sparse at this moment, and it was slightly comical. Of course, his confidence wasn't without reason. After the fifth drum, the drum beats in the clouds disappeared. In the next moment, a figure fell from the clouds and smashed into the canyon. It was the chess boy. He had clearly failed. Ka ka ka. At the same time, thousands of lightning bolts appeared, forming a huge electric net below the chess boy. If the chess boy fell again, he would definitely be in danger. Oh no! Many people shouted. However, at this moment, a sword beam shot out at lightning speed. It pierced through the chess boy's armor and stabbed him into the canyon wall, preventing him from falling any further. Furthermore, the sword had pierced through the chess boy's clothes, leaving him completely unscathed. Thank you, Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword. The chess boy wiped his sweat and looked at the side of the canyon. The one who attacked was Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword. How lucky! Xianxia smiled disdainfully when he saw this. He looked at the army of the martial god battalion and said, "Let me tell you, don't think you'll be fine after failing. When you fall from the clouds, the lightning will seriously injure you. The weak will be killed immediately." Chapter 2372. Tai Sui Charm Drum Scroll. Lord Xianxia, aren't you too shameless? The drum hasn't been sounded yet, and you're already affecting our morale. Falling Flowers Flowing Water immediately said. Anyone could see that Xianxia was trying to affect everyone's mentality. His methods were despicable. Then go ahead if you're not afraid of death. I won't stop you anyway. Xianxia smiled indifferently. Falling Flowers Flowing Water didn't say anything else. He looked at Lin Ling and said, "Lord Lin Ling, the heaven-seeking war drum has a pattern. I've been here twice, so I'm familiar with it. I hope it can be of help to you." He knew that it was Lin Ling's first time here. Obviously, no first-time visitors could succeed. Therefore, he wanted to give Lin Ling some help. Go ahead. Lin Ling nodded and smiled. Lin Ling, pay more attention. Look at the changes in the clouds. It's like a formation. As long as you find the key to the formation, you'll be able to find the first drum. Of course, if your soul power reaches level 800 and shrouds the entire heaven-seeking cloud, you'll be able to reveal the heaven-seeking war drum even faster. Huang Fui Dao also gave Lin Ling some pointers. Soul power? Lin Ling's eyes lit up. His soul power had reached level 1000. As for seeing through the heaven-seeking war drum, although any martial arts would be blocked by the clouds, his 10,000 elephant demonic eyes could see through everything. Come on, Commander Falling Flowers Flowing Water. At this moment, cheers came from the martial god battalion. Dong dong dong. Falling Flowers Flowing Water had been here twice, so he quickly sounded the first drum. However, he was a little slow for the second drum. Compared to Chess Boy, Falling Flowers Flowing Water was obviously more cautious. As a soldier, you're so timid. It seems like you won't achieve anything great. Xianxia immediately commented on Falling Flowers Flowing Water's cautiousness. Instantly, many people in the martial god battalion glared at him. However, although Falling Flowers Flowing Water was cautious, it had its benefits. Unknowingly, he had sounded the fifth drum, surpassing Chess Boy. Everyone in the martial god battalion was even more excited as they clenched their fists. Dong dong dong. After a while, the sixth drum sounded. Good. Looks like the Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword didn't waste 2 years. This year's results are obviously better than last year's. Many of the Grand Commanders laughed. The more they came, the more advantage they would have. However, after the sixth drum, The misty clouds became even quieter. Falling Flowers' flowing water sword did not seem to be confident enough. In fact, this was indeed the case. The seventh drum, Falling Flowers and flowing water sword, was nowhere to be found. His eyes were filled with drums, and he didn't know which drum to hit. Fight! Blossoming flowing water sword roared. He couldn't let the god of War Battalion kill him. Dong dong dong. However, in the next moment, the sound of the drums reverberated. The seventh drum shook the heavens and earth on both sides of the canyon. Everyone cried out in alarm. However, Blossoming Flowing Water Sword could only bitterly smile, because the previous drum was a mistake. It could only be said that his luck was not bad. And after that, he had no clue at all. Alas, Blossoming Flowing Water Sword sighed and appeared above the canyon. He had given up. If this continued, he would definitely be injured. Not bad. However, many people in the God of War Battalion were still happy for him. The seventh drum was already a very good result. As for the God of War Battalion, Xianxia shook his head in disdain. Many people saw his contemptuous expression, but they didn't care about his disdainful smile. At this moment, Linling's eyes flashed, and he wanted to give it a try. When the chess boy and Blossoming Flowing Water Sword saw this, they hurriedly told Linling their experiences. After all, this was Linling's first time here. During this process, no one hit the drums. Obviously, everyone's confidence wasn't very strong. However, just as Linling was about to go out, a figure suddenly moved faster than him. Let me show you what a war drum is. A suave figure passed through everyone's eyes. It was Xianxia. It had to be said that this time, he had completely swept away the embarrassing situation from before. He appeared to be graceful and extremely confident. However, it was undeniable that the person who proposed to hit the drums this time was Xianxia. Therefore, he dared to come here because he had absolute confidence. In an instant, many people in the God of War Battalion turned serious. The three generals also narrowed their eyes and looked at General Green Rainbow. Indeed, he revealed an unfathomable smile. And that was indeed the case. Xianxia struck. The drums shook the sky. The deafening sound continued to resound. The first drum, the second drum, the third drum, the fourth drum. This crazy guy hit the drums 5 times in a row. He overtook the chess boy in an instant. Master Xianxia, go for it. Go. The God of War Battalion immediately became excited, as if they had won the battle. The God of War Battalion's heaven-seeking war drum? Even General Green Rainbow let out a satisfied sound. Of course, his voice was filled with contempt for the God of War Battalion. Dong dong dong. Following this, the 6th beat of the drum could be heard. He's catching up to me. Clench. Blossoming Flowing Water Sword immediately clenched his fist. The 6th drum was coming. Was Xianxia going to be like him? Impossible. This was Xianxia's first time here. He couldn't possibly surpass him. Dong dong dong. However, when the drum sounded, his face turned pale. The morale of the God of War Battalion also plummeted. When the 7th drum sounded, it would be the same as Blossoming Flowing Water Sword. In that case, the God of War Battalion would be inferior. After all, it was Xianxia's first time here. Xianxia hasn't come out yet. Is he going to sound the 8th drum? Many people exclaimed in shock, finding it unbelievable. He can't possibly succeed. The chess boy and the rest clenched their fists and shook their heads. Xianxia had already sounded the drums 7 times in a row. That was already a miracle. It was impossible for him to surpass Blossoming Flowing Water Sword. The 8th drum was very difficult to sound. It was said that once it was sounded, there would be a change in the world. Dong dong dong. However, the more they were afraid of something, the thing they were afraid of would quietly arrive. In the sky, thousands of soldiers and horses appeared, slaughtering the world. That ancient aura shook the world. The 8th drum sounded. Could it be the Tai Sui charm drum? Huangfui Dao and the rest had ugly expressions. They didn't believe that Xianxia's first time here would go so smoothly. There must be something hidden. They guessed that it was the Tai Sui charm drum. It was an extremely ancient drum formation. It was said that the heaven-seeking war drum was set up with this formation. Therefore, if Xianxia had studied the Tai Sui charm drum, then it was naturally possible for him to sound the 8th drum. Damn it, Xianxia had indeed come prepared. The heaven-seeking war drum belongs to the God of War Battalion, but our God of War Battalion has sounded the 8th drum. Doesn't the God of War Battalion feel embarrassed? General Qinghong took the opportunity to raise his eyebrows. Behind him, the God of War Battalion was also roaring. Dong, dong, dong. However, just as he finished speaking, another drum sounded. An even more terrifying phenomenon appeared in the sky. Countless divine beasts stomped on the ground, destroying the world. The 9th drum sounded. So it's a 9th drum. General Qinghong immediately corrected. The God of War Battalion fell into a dead silence. All the soldiers' faces were extremely pale. At the same time, a figure shot out from the clouds in front. It was Xianxia. He didn't dare to sound the 10th drum. After all, if he failed, he would be struck by lightning. He didn't dare to take the risk. Chapter 2373. One's glory, all's glory. As expected, the God of War Battalion cheered as he walked over like an undefeatable god of war. The heaven-seeking war drum of the Martial God Battalion. Xianxia looked at the Martial God Battalion with disdain. He had beaten the drum 9 times, which was enough for him to redeem himself. He had gotten back all the face he had lost for the God of War Battalion. Moreover, he had definitely become the hero of the God of War Battalion. At this moment, the entire canyon was filled with the cheers of the God of War Battalion. The Martial God Battalion was very quiet. They were inferior and could only endure the humiliation. As for the 3 generals, they were smiling bitterly in their hearts. However, they still pretended to be calm on the surface. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly shot into the clouds ahead. Linling had made his move. He had gone to beat the drum without saying anything. In fact, after continuous observation, the heaven-seeking war drum was just SOSO to Linling. His soul power was terrifying and had already shrouded the entire cloud layer. His all-encompassing demonic eyes were even more demonic as he had seen through the rhythm of the drum. This guy. The 3 generals had no idea of Linling's confidence. They immediately smiled helplessly. It's Lord Linling. He has also joined the battle. Perhaps he will create a miracle. I think it will be difficult. After all, this is Lord Linling's first time here. He isn't familiar with the heaven-seeking war drum at all. He doesn't even know how big the clouds are. But this is also the first time that Xianxia has been here. Didn't he also beat the drum? This is different. Haven't you heard that Xianxia seems to have obtained some Tai Sui scroll? That's why he is familiar with this place. This Xianxia is too much. He has clearly done his homework. This isn't his first time here. At this moment, Linling had undoubtedly attracted countless gazes. Many people were discussing him. As for the God of War Battalion, disdainful voices sounded. After all, they had also heard that this was Linling's first time here. This obviously wouldn't have any effect. I think he might not even be able to beat 5 drums. Xianxia waved his fan and said as he walked. General Qinghong nodded. Perhaps, but to be able to beat 4 drums on his first time here is not bad. Lord, how about we make a bet? I think he can beat 5 drums at most. You really like to surprise people. All right, I'm in a good mood today, so I'll play with you. I'll bet 4 drums. The 2 of them spoke one after another. Sir, let's bet. Many soldiers from the war battalion joined the war camp Barak also. They didn't think Linling would win at all. However, their arrogant bet infuriated everyone in the Martial God Battalion. However, just as everyone was discussing spiritedly, the sound of drums rang out in the sky. Dong, dong, dong. The first drum the war. Many people in the Martial God Battalion were pleasantly surprised. Lord Linling's speed was so fast. But before they had time to be surprised, the second drum followed. The of the war of if chessboy was said to be a spurt of energy. Falling flowers, flowing water was said to be overly cautious, and Xianxia was said to be smooth. Then Linling was said to be a bolt of lightning. This was because the speed at which he struck the drums was like he was walking in his own backyard. It exceeded everyone before him. Gradually, the fifth drum sounded. He surpassed me on his first try. I'm good at chess. Chess Boy's indifferent expression was now filled with astonishment. Can you compare with Lord? Falling flowers, flowing water immediately retorted, but he was also shocked. Following that, the sixth and seventh drums sounded simultaneously. 2 drums at the same time? Could it be that Lin Ling had an avatar technique? Miracle! It's a miracle! Huangfu Yidao and the other 2 great generals exclaimed. They had never seen anyone strike 2 drums at the same time. Furthermore, he managed to strike the 7th drum on his first try. It was a miracle. As for the God of War battalion, everyone forgot about the bet as they stared intently at the sky. Qian Taichi was even more so. He even forgot to wave his fan as he said with a frown, "It's impossible for him to strike the 8th drum." In fact, even the people from the God of War battalion did not believe that Lin Ling could strike the 8th drum. After all, this required a powerful array formation skill. Furthermore, one needed to know the location of every drum and understand the rhythm of each drum. Qian Taichi had studied the Tai Sui charm drum for 3 years before he became slightly familiar with it. It was even more impossible for Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling's figure appeared faintly amidst the clouds. He was walking in the clouds. His pace wasn't fast, but it attracted everyone's attention. The short period of time he took to walk felt as long as the end of time. This fellow, the 3 great generals were clearly more nervous than Lin Ling. The weight was too unbearable. They constantly shouted in their hearts. Would Lin Ling succeed on the 8th drum? Finally, Lin Ling's footsteps came to a stop. They could vaguely see that Lin Ling was standing under an ancient drum. He will definitely fail. Qian Taichi was also very nervous as he gritted his teeth and said. However, just as he finished speaking, a strange phenomenon appeared. An army of thousands was pressing down. The 8th drum was successfully sounded. Dong, dong, dong. The sound spread throughout the world, but it shocked everyone's heart. Everyone's eyes lit up. There was only passion in their eyes. However, Lin Ling's figure quickly disappeared. Instead, a strange phenomenon of divine beasts marching out appeared. Dong, dong, dong. Qilin, Phoenix, and Azure Dragon came from afar. These divine beasts seemed to have received the call of the God of War battalion and were about to march out. The 9th drum was sounded. Pa! The fan in Qian Taichi's hand fell to the ground. His face froze as if he had seen a ghost. Dong, dong, dong. However, the scene of 10 drums shaking the heavens suddenly appeared. In the sky, an army of thousands of divine beasts was marching out. The 10th drum was actually sounded by Lin Ling. Boom! The drum beats were like endless thunder that smashed into everyone's heart. Could it be that this fellow has already seen through the heaven-seeking war drum? His soul power has reached level 800? Huangfu Yidao exclaimed. With a powerful soul power, he could find the war drum faster than others. He had always thought that Lin Ling's cultivation was powerful. However, who knew that his barrier was also powerful and his soul power was even more terrifying? For so many years, the God of War battalion has wanted to sound the heaven-seeking war drum. Unfortunately, in history, only 5 people have succeeded. Those 5 people also spent a lot of time, but this is his first time here. The first miracle of the God of War battalion has been created by him. The first person to use the heaven-seeking war drum. The other 2 generals also spoke one after another. As for General Qinghong's side, they were speechless. They had wanted to show off in front of the God of War battalion, but in the end, they had become supporting characters. And Lin Ling now had the absolute qualifications to leave the God of War battalion. This was an endless glory. Lord Lin Ling, over at the God of War battalion, crazy voices exploded. Xian Yuan, Ger, young martial god, and the others' beautiful eyes were moist. Lin Ling had indeed not disappointed them. As for Gong Yangjiang and the others, they clenched their fists and were extremely excited. One's glory, one's loss, all's loss. They were from the God of War battalion, so naturally They did not want to see the god of war battalion being trampled on by others. Chapter 2374. Moving forward bravely, Master Huangfu, can I leave the martial god battalion after you sound the drums? At this moment, Lin Ling's voice suddenly came from the clouds. Yes, Huangfu Yidao replied proudly. His face was full of a happy smile, as if he saw a junior making him proud. When the others leave, do they have to sound the drums 10 times? Lin Ling's voice came again. This is a military rule, and it cannot be changed. All right, I will sound the drums for my men. However, Lin Ling's next sentence shocked the entire army. What did Lin Ling mean? At this moment, Lin Ling retracted his gaze and looked at the drums in the clouds. He sensed that each drum had a soul, and each of them was a huge soul made of steel. Each drum represented a life and a world. The true purpose of the ancient drums was to record history. In those distant years, warriors fought in the myriad of worlds to protect their country. In the ancient era, demons rose and the myriad of worlds fell into chaos. A sword, a saber, and a world of clarity. Lin Ling even saw his hometown, which used to be chaotic. The sea turned to dust, and the lightning dried up. It was a barren land. Later, warriors came and decided everything. No one knew about this. Even though Lin Ling was so familiar with the rainforest sacred ground, he did not know. At this moment, his left eye seemed to understand those drums. Dong! He stood in front of a huge ancient drum and hit it with his fist. Dong dong. His speed was not fast, but it was steady and powerful. With each hit, the heaven-seeking war drum hidden in the clouds also echoed. That's right, it was the echo. The echo made the other drum sound as well. Dong dong dong. Gradually, the clouds dispersed. 81 drums floated in the sky, like the most ancient military formation. What? Seeing this scene, the three generals' faces changed dramatically. It was the first time they saw the true body of the heaven-seeking war drum. At this moment, the two armies were silent. Suddenly, a terrifying thought arose in their minds. Was Lin Ling going to sound the 81 drums at once? That was impossible, and that seemed to be the case. This was because Lin Ling's hand had stopped. His brows were furrowed, as if he had entered some kind of mental bottleneck. He couldn't figure it out. It was as if the drum was a natural barrier, and if it was struck again, it would be beyond redemption. Lin Ling immediately fell into deep thought. His hand stopped in midair. However, his gaze was fixated on the distance as he listened to the drum beats. It was as if he had seen his entire life. That blind young man from Gu Yin's sect, he used all his strength and gradually eliminated all the disciples of Gu Yin's sect, standing at the peak of Gu Yin's sect. He then saw the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, where the youth eliminated all the experts and decided the future of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. He saw the 7 profound martial house. He saw the rainforest holy land. That's right, it was elimination. On the path of martial arts, countless geniuses wanted to reach the end. In this process, the strong preyed on the weak, and the strong washed away the sand. Therefore, you cannot be weak. You can only fight on like a strong man. You can only eliminate them. Only then will you be able to go further. The winner is king. Perhaps in the future, you will also be eliminated by others, but at least you have worked hard, fought hard, and that is enough. Who in the heavens can understand me? 10,000 miles of worry, star confinement lock. How many times can one fight in life? If I eliminate too many people, I am too dazzling and cause the envy of the heavens and earth. Then let the heavens punish me. I am still me, and I will still eliminate all of them. Lin Ling's pupils became firm. If the world calls me a demon, then so what if I am a demon? His hand moved. At this moment, he didn't hesitate. Dong dong dong. The war drums were struck once again. Life was like a drum. Since it had been struck, then it would continue to be struck and use the drum to question the heavens. Dong dong dong. The frenzied drum beats resounded, and the momentum was magnificent. Moreover, an endless army appeared. These were the souls of the soldiers of the past. The drum beats seemed to strike the souls of the soldiers of the martial god camp for millions of years, calling them to battle. At this moment, 81 drums resonated. With Linling's drum as the center, a deafening sound rang out, as if asking the heavens. This was because Linling had struck 81 drums in one go. The sound of 81 drums sounding at the same time hadn't been heard for 100,000 years. The drum beats made everyone's blood boil. They wanted to protect their country, grab their weapons, and kill all enemies. This sound was like a bugle call for battle, urging them to charge forward bravely. This was also Lin Ling's martial heart. Since he had chosen to eliminate others, then he would charge forward bravely. 81 drums resonated. The three generals were incomparably excited. They didn't expect Lin Ling to strike 81 drums at the same time. As for the martial god camp, although the soldiers weren't in the same camp as Lin Ling, they couldn't wait to follow Lord Lin Ling into battle. This made Green Rainbow General and Xianxia turn deathly pale. This was because the momentum of the army had affected the soldiers. This was a kind of army that charged forward bravely, and even their soldiers were affected. Shameful, shameful. The soldiers of the martial god camp were affected by the soldiers of the martial god camp. Wasn't this shameful? At the same time, in a small bamboo pavilion of the martial god camp, a cultured and refined man was playing chess. However, at this moment, his body trembled as he looked into the distance in disbelief. The drums that have disappeared for 100,000 years have reappeared. Boom! This Lin Ling is really mysterious. Dong dong dong. Above the majestic canyon, the drumbeats spread throughout the world for a long time. Lin Ling, come and see me quickly. Amidst the drumbeats, a smiling voice drifted over from the distance. It's the voice of martial sacred flame, Violent Tiger. Huang Fui Dao and the other two generals' expressions changed drastically. Even Green Rainbow General's pupils constricted. Lin Ling had actually been personally invited by Primeval. The drumbeats that hadn't appeared for 100,000 years had indeed shaken the world. Dong dong dong. At this moment, Lin Ling was still striking the drums. The knot in his heart seemed to have been broken at this moment. This made his heart feel very smooth, and his thoughts were clear. At this moment, his soul power was also crazily increasing, and it gradually reached the realm of 1,300 steps. It must be known that martial artists would have a knot in their heart, and it would eventually become a repressed thought. Perhaps a martial arts movement was not suitable, and this would cause them to ponder for a long time, causing them to not be able to eat well. Or perhaps they had killed too many people, causing them to hesitate. All of these would affect the mentality of a martial artist. Only when one's thoughts were clear could they see the boundless sky. At this moment, Lin Ling had broken through the knot in his heart, and that was to bravely move forward. The 81st drum has been sounded. Lords, can I take Meng Meng and leave the martial god camp? After a long time, Lin Ling retracted his gaze and looked at the canyon. His voice was filled with endless heroism. Yes, the three generals said word by word. Thank you. Lin Ling's lips curled into a brilliant smile. His body moved, and he shot into the distance. He was going to see the marshal. Countless gazes looked at the black-robed figure, and deep within their eyes, there was only deep admiration. As expected of Lin Ling, falling flowers, flowing water, and the others said solemnly. It was Lin Ling's first time here, but he had struck the 81st drum. This miracle would definitely be recorded in the annals of the martial god camp. Chapter 2375. Meet the martial Dong Dong Dong. As Lin Ling left, the drumming gradually died down. However, the cheers from the martial gods battalion grew louder. They raised their weapons and cheered. Compared to them, the martial gods battalion was very quiet. They did not expect that Xianxia would still lose to Lin Ling despite using the Tai Sui enchanted drum. This made them too ashamed to face anyone. I told you, you're just a toad. Amidst the cheers, the falling flowers, flowing water sword's voice drifted out. The sword pointed at Xianxia. Xianxia wanted to refute, but he had no reason to. He could only grit his teeth in anger. Lin Ling. Everything was because of Lin Ling. Why was Lin Ling so much more powerful than him when they were all the top geniuses of their respective battalions? He was unwilling to accept this. He was even jealous. Great General Qing Hong, the war drums of the martial gods battalion are not for you to beat. The three great generals also spoke up at this moment. Didn't they bet on Lord Lin Ling? Now, someone has won the bet. Many people from the martial gods battalion also spoke up. Great General Qing Hong was silent. The martial gods battalion was even more silent. They were clearly too ashamed to face anyone. Send the guests off, Huangfu Yidao finally said. He was cold, disdainful, and mocking. Let's go. Great General Qing Hong did not dare to stay. He would only be embarrassing himself if he stayed. Even so, he knew that it would not be long before the great Azure Divine Dynasty's army camp would become a laughingstock. The mocking laughter from the martial gods battalion grew louder. At this moment, Lin Ling was still moving forward. A voice pointed him in a direction. It led him through the chaos of a universe and into a mysterious secret realm. It was a vast expanse of whiteness. It seemed to be a part of the chaos of the universe. A small island floated in the middle. There was a large amount of green bamboo on the island. What a good place, Lin Ling thought to himself. He landed on the island. There was a small bamboo pavilion there. A middle-aged man in a green robe sat there. His long hair flowed casually, and he looked very lazy. This is Marshal Holy Fiery Tiger. Looking at the middle-aged man, Lin Ling couldn't help but be somewhat astonished. He thought that the marshal would definitely be a majestic man in armor. Who would have thought that Marshal Holy Fiery Tiger would look more like a scholar? My name is Qi Yuhu. You could just call me Lord Qi. At this moment, the man looked at Lin Ling and laughed. This made Lin Ling also laugh and walk into the bamboo pavilion. He was neither haughty nor humble, calm and collected. Even Qi Yuhu couldn't help but take a few more glances at him because he thought that Lin Ling would be very terrified. Why do I feel like you're more like an adult? Then, Qi Yuhu shook his head and smiled. He looked very approachable. Lord Qi, this is an elegant place. Wouldn't being too serious disturb the elegance of this place? Lin Ling sat down and smiled. Not bad, you're right. Qi Yuhu nodded thoughtfully. Then he set up the chessboard and said, Come, let's play a game. Lin Ling's expression didn't change. He just did as he was told. The two of them began to move the chessboard. Lin Ling's chess skills could only be considered average. Naturally, he wasn't Qi Yuhu's opponent. However, Lin Ling realized that this lord was advancing step by step and was using a large number of chess pieces to trap him. What a powerful move! Lin Ling could only keep retreating to avoid the sharp edge. However, the other party was aggressive and had a terrifying view of the overall situation. It formed a situation where a large army was pressing down on him. In this way, Lin Ling was in danger. The two of them seemed to be playing a casual game of chess, but a murderous aura quietly filled the air. The green bamboos around them were buzzing. If falling flowers, flowing water, and the others were here, just the aura alone would be enough to make them vomit 3 liters of blood. The seemingly elegant bamboo pavilion was, in fact, filled with terrifying murderous intent. Lin Ling's chess pieces kept retreating to avoid the sharp edge. However, gradually, he couldn't dodge anymore and could only admit defeat. You've lost. Enough. Almost at the same time, Qi Yuhu said indifferently. That's not necessarily true. Sigh. However, Lin Ling shook his head. He still persisted and used every single chess piece to meet force with force. Even if he was swallowed up, he still had to fight back. He obviously had the idea of perishing together with his opponent. Of course, fighting to the death like this wouldn't have any effect. All his chess pieces would be killed. Qi Yuhu's gaze flickered when he saw this. In truth, even if Lin Ling admitted defeat, he wouldn't go bankrupt. However, Lin Ling was actually fighting with his life on the line and insisted on fighting to the death. This guy would rather die than submit. You've clearly lost. Why are you still fighting to the death? Finally, Qi Yuhu raised his head and looked at Lin Ling with great curiosity. In his mind, Lin Ling hadn't even cultivated for 1,000 years. At this age, he was like a teenager. However, he realized that this junior didn't fear him at all. It was as if they were of the same generation. Moreover, his way of doing things was also unique. Blindly enduring won't change anything. If I lose, I die. A warrior can be killed, but not humiliated. Instead of admitting defeat, why not fight to the death? Lin Ling replied with a smile. His words were simple, but they contained his heart of martial arts. Lin Ling couldn't admit defeat in front of an enemy, endure humiliation, and secretly cultivate in order to take revenge in the future. His heart of martial arts was like a war drum, courageously moving forward. He would rather die than submit. Just like when you beat the Ask the Heavens war drum. Since you made your choice, then bravely move forward. Chi Yuhu seemed to understand Lin Ling's temperament. Once the bow is drawn, there's no turning back. Lin Ling nodded. Not bad at all. A smile finally appeared on Chi Yuhu's face. A long time ago, he had heard from Huangfu Yidao and the others that Lin Ling was a soldier who didn't know his place. Now that he had met Lin Ling today, he realized that his reputation wasn't undeserved. Of course, there was nothing wrong with being unruly and unwilling to submit to others. However, the prerequisite was that one must have the corresponding capital. Otherwise, one would be too arrogant to see oneself clearly. Therefore, he had been secretly observing Lin Ling. But in the end, he discovered that Lin Ling had the capital to be arrogant. His cultivation speed was very fast, and he was an expert in barriers. Even his soul power had reached an unimaginable level. This guy was simply the best successor of the Martial God Barracks. He was also the most monstrous freak that the Martial God Barracks had seen in many years. You can leave the Martial God Barracks and go to the 3 great academies. I'll approve it. The Martial God Barracks Martial Seal will be yours. Chi Hu stood up and said. After the previous game of chess, he finally got to know Lin Ling. He knew that Lin Ling was a person who would rather die than live in dishonor. Thank you, sir. Lin Ling hurriedly bowed. In reality, he wasn't very interested in the martial seal. However, he didn't want to refuse Chi Yuhu. After all, the Martial God Barracks had treated him very well. You must have started cultivating your soul power when you were young. Your foundation is very solid. However, don't slack off. In the future, you'll discover that the benefits of soul power are more than you can imagine. Chi Yuhu said again. I'm well aware of that. How could Lin Ling not understand? In reality, his primal chaos divine technique was closely related to soul power. Without soul power, it would be difficult for him to enter a new world. Go. I hope to hear your name in the 3 great academies. Chi Yuhu stared at Lin Ling indifferently. His eyes shone with anticipation. That was because Lin Ling was the next marshal of the Martial God Barracks. He was very satisfied with the results of the examination. Chapter 2376. Lin Ling setting off for battle. I won't let you down. Lin Ling said his goodbyes and turned to leave. If you feel like you can't stay here anymore, you can come back. Just as Lin Ling turned around, Red Jade Tiger suddenly said. This made Lin Ling's heart feel warm. He nodded and strode forward. Let me ask you, who do you think I am? Seeing Lin Ling leave, Red Jade Tiger suddenly asked curiously. This was because Lin Ling didn't feel excited or scared when he saw him. It was too strange. I think of you as a comrade. Lin Ling paused his steps and smiled. Then he disappeared into the bamboo forest. Comrade, huh? What a great comrade. Red Jade Tiger muttered himself and then laughed loudly. An entire Martial God battalion. Only Lin Ling had the guts to do so. However, if Lin Ling wasn't special, how could he be qualified to take the Martial Seal? What proud guy. Go. The Martial God Battalion will send you off. Red Jade Tiger sat down again and played 2 roles. He played chess with himself. The bamboo forest swayed quietly, and a terrifying murderous intent filled the air once again. Roar! An illusionary image of a jade tiger that seemed to be made of glass also appeared in the sky above the bamboo forest. At this moment, Lin Ling had already left. Although he had only met the marshal once, he had a good impression of him. As for why he wasn't scared, it was because he was Li Xiaoyao. That night, the martial god battalion was extremely lively. It was as if they had won a battle. However, to be able to make the martial god battalion lose face and leave, this was indeed a great victory. After Lin Ling exchanged pleasantries with everyone, he was ready to leave. He had beaten 81 drums and could take 8 people with him. Among them were Xian Yuangu, Lin Xianxia, Falling Flower Flowing Water Sword, Gong Yang Jiang, Tang Yue, Qi Tong, and Dibai Mo. As for Sword Immortal Song Tian and the others, they stayed in the martial god battalion. After all, they weren't qualified to go to the 3 academies. After Lin Ling and the others left, the martial god battalion suddenly let out a deafening sound of cannons. 3,000 martial god cannons were fired at the same time. Under the night sky, it was exceptionally shocking. From afar, the cannons flew across the sky like bright fireworks. The martial god battalion is sending us off. On top of a mountain range, Gong Yangjiang's group excitedly stopped because this was an endless honor in the history of the martial god battalion, who had the qualifications to send them to battle. Lin Ling also looked at the fireworks under the night sky. His heart was moved. His life in the military was over. However, this place left him with good memories. It was very beautiful, very iron-blooded, and very manly. Then, Lin Ling pouted and turned to leave. Hearing this, everyone was speechless. Of course, they also knew that Lin Ling was just talking. In fact, Lin Ling's heart must be rippling. What a stubborn brat. Xian Yuangu cursed like a little witch. However, her eyes were a little moist. In the short time she had spent in the martial god battalion, she had sensed an indescribable emotion. It was protection. The martial god battalion was protecting them as they grew up, allowing them to spread their wings and soar. Let's go. Life is full of regrets. In the distance, the handsome blue-robed young man spoke and asked everyone to follow him. Lin Ling's goal was the Resplendent Academy. That was because Yu and the others were waiting for him there. There was also the 5-year battle with Yi Xiaoxiu. It was time to fulfill his promise. Most importantly, he could learn more about the Heavenly Court by entering the 3 academies. Everyone hurried along. Along the way, there was endless laughter. However, when they passed through a dense forest, misfortune befell them. Ka. In the dense forest, a large number of armored people appeared. They seemed to have been lying in ambush for a long time. They were the soldiers of the martial god battalion. You're finally here. Lin Ling, do you regret it? The person leading them was Qian Taichi. At this moment, his face was a little twisted as he appeared in front of Lin Ling and the others. He had led an army to the martial god battalion and boasted that he would definitely show off the martial god battalion's might. Who knew that he would lose face several times in a row? Now, the martial god battalion no longer regarded him as the #1 genius. All of this was caused by Lin Ling. Therefore, how could he let Lin Ling go? Qian Taichi, you dare to attack us? This is forcing our 2 armies to fight. Seeing that the entire forest was surrounded, falling flowers, flowing water knew that it was troublesome. Therefore, he immediately spoke. He wanted to use this to make Qian Taichi wary. However, Lin Ling shook his head. Qian Taichi had shed all pretense of cordiality. He would not let this matter rest. Sure enough, Qian Taichi squinted his eyes and smiled faintly. You must be joking. Do you think that you can force our 2 armies to fight? What a joke. Brothers, don't you agree? At the end of his sentence, he laughed wildly. Are these people idiots? Who would know if you killed them without anyone noticing? Sir Lin Ling, aren't you very arrogant? Now, we want you to kneel down. There are 2 beauties here. Sir, you must reward us when you're tired of them. The surrounding soldiers all sneered. Of course. Qian Taichi's face was extremely cold. He was like a demonic beast under the night sky, choosing its prey to devour. Sir, what should we do? At this moment, the chessboy hurriedly looked at Lin Ling. After all, there were too many of them. However, Lin Ling didn't seem to be moved. On his handsome face, his eyes were filled with a cold light. Qian Taichi is at the third stage of the World King realm. Moreover, there are 3 senior commanders over there. They are all at the first stage of the World King realm. With so many people, our chances of escaping are only 60%. Falling Flowers Flowing Water immediately said, "Sir, can I use money to solve this?" Gong Yangjiang even wanted to use money to move the other party. However, the surrounding soldiers sneered even louder. At this moment, these soldiers didn't seem like soldiers at all. Instead, they seemed like bandits who killed people like flies. "If we kill you, your money will be ours." A tall and sturdy soldier sinisterly laughed. Hearing this, Gong Yangjiang was fuming with anger. "I know you want to fight to the death, but let me tell you, stop dreaming. Come out, senior apprentice brother Mai." At this time, Qian Taichi sneered. He knew that he wasn't Lin Ling's match. After all, he had proven himself not too long ago. But he was already prepared. "It's these pieces of trash." Behind the army, a young man walked out. He was playing with a flame in his hand. It was a green flame that was like a firefly. It was extremely dazzling. As soon as this flame appeared, the world seemed to be illuminated. Pressure, an extremely terrifying pressure. His talent was at least a 7th grade mystic body. "Sir Mai, it's these pieces of trash." Looking at the young man, everyone immediately let out sounds of worship. 5th stage of the World King realm. Lin Ling also stared at that person. He didn't expect Qian Taichi to find such a powerhouse. It seemed that he was well prepared. "Your eyesight is not bad. Now, do you want to die or do you want me to kill you?" Of course, the woman doesn't have to die. Chapter 2377. Ma Yin First Battle, 5th level of World King Realm. Moreover, his talent isn't weak. "Sir, it seems that we are in trouble." Sigh. Falling Flower Flowing Water Sword, and the others looked even more solemn, not to mention the army around them. That young man alone could kill them. After all, their talent was only between the 3rd level of Xian body. "You are indeed in trouble, because I am the last generation candidate from Resplendent Academy. My name is Ma Yin." The young man said expressionlessly. "What?" Sigh. These words made Falling Flower Flowing Water Sword and the others feel even more uneasy. They were obviously no match for the disciples of the 3 great academies. Their last glimmer of hope was shattered at this moment. "Qian Taichi, kill them, and I will take 100,000 divine crystals." Sigh. Ma Yin ignored Falling Flower Flowing Water Sword and the other surprise because he was used to it. He had come here for the money. Hearing this, Qian Taichi nodded and sneered. "Well, I will kill the strongest first. You come and fight with me. If you are still alive after 3 moves, I will let you go." Ma Yin didn't want to talk nonsense. He pointed at Lin Ling and said. He could see that Lin Ling was the strongest in this group. At this moment, Xin Yuan Gu and the others were worried. They wished they could block in front of Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling also took a step forward. "Sure, but our battle will have to go somewhere else. Do you dare?" Sigh. Provocation? It's a little stupid, but it will work. Sigh. Ma Yin didn't refuse and nodded. Lin Ling. He is a 5th level of World King. Sigh. Xin Yuan Gu was even more worried and pulled Lin Ling's hand. "Don't worry. Wait for me here." Sigh. Lin Ling smiled and then strode forward. "Before I come back, kill them. After all, I am too lazy to kill trash like them." Ma Yin followed Lin Ling and left behind a sentence. In fact, he was willing to leave with Lin Ling because he was lazy. He left Falling Flower Flowing Water Sword and the others to Qian Taichi and the others. "Lin Ling, be careful. We will hold on." Xin Yuan Gu. Er's eyes were still filled with worry. But if Lin Ling wanted to fight a 5th level World King powerhouse, she didn't want Lin Ling to worry about them. "You won't have to wait long. I'll be back with his head." Lin Ling smiled as he looked at Xian Yuan Gu, then disappeared into the forest. "Haha, you're about to die, yet you still dare to speak such arrogant words. I look forward to seeing Sir Mai bring back Lin Ling's head." Hearing his words, the surrounding army laughed maniacally without a doubt. Even Qian Taiji shook his head in disdain. This was because he knew that Lin Ling was only at the 2nd level of the World King realm, and Ma Yin was at the 5th level of the World King realm. Most importantly, he came from Resplendent Academy. Compared to him, Lin Ling was nothing more than a grain of rice. Swoosh! At this time, in the pitch-black night, 2 figures were flying forwards, one in front and one behind. Behind them, Ma Yin stood atop green flames, lazily following. His steps were like the brightest stars in the night sky. "You still haven't found your burial ground?" "Yes." His words were filled with confidence. Of course, he had the ability to back up his confidence. After all, he came from Resplendent Academy. In the younger generation of Blue Province, besides those from the other 2 great academies, he didn't fear anyone else. As for the 2nd level of the World King realm, Lin Ling, what a joke. Even if Lin Ling was at the 6th level of the World King realm, he still wouldn't fear him. Those from Resplendent Academy were the representatives of those who could jump realms to fight. In front of them, Lin Ling didn't say a word. His eyes finally fell on a volcano in the distance. Then, he shot towards the volcano, landing at its base and quietly waiting for his opponent to arrive. A 5th-level World King. This was the strongest martial artist Lin Ling had fought so far. Bang! Almost at the same time, Ma Yin followed closely behind. The green flames on his body illuminated the bottom of the cave. After landing on the ground, he nodded in satisfaction and said, "Not a bad burial ground. You have a good eye. Whether it's my burial ground or yours, we still don't know." On the other side, Lin Ling indifferently stood there. His expression was as calm as an ancient well, without a single change. What shameless boasting. You didn't tell me you wanted me to come here just to spout nonsense like this, did you? In truth, I have no idea where your confidence comes from. Ma Yin couldn't help but sneer. He had seen arrogant people before, but he had never seen someone as arrogant as this. However, he quickly restrained his laughter. This was because the handsome youth in front of him was cold and indifferent. His aura was like a sword, like a flame, like an immovable king. This icy aura caused Ma Yan's heart to beat faster. This fellow was actually quite a good seedling. Let me give you a word of advice. You had best use your full strength. If you don't die within 3 moves, then you can leave here alive. Lin Ling carried the tyrannical song, sword on his back, and said indifferently. He knew that his opponent was difficult to deal with. After all, being able to enter the Resplendent Academy was proof of his strength. Therefore, Lin Ling couldn't rely on conventional means to fight. He had to use his trump card. I should be the one saying this, but there's one thing that both of us agree on. Don't waste time. At this time, green flames flew out like locusts. The combination of cold and hot caused Ma Yan's face to turn green and extremely cold. Moon-bearing immortal bug flame. All the flames fell into his palm. He took a step forward and clenched his fists, slamming them towards Lin Ling. Rumble. The entire volcano suddenly shook. The moon-bearing immortal bug flame came from the moon-bearing world. It was a strange flame that was born in the universe. When it was born, it incinerated more than 10 worlds nearby. Only a powerful world could bear this flame. Ma Yin cultivated bitterly in the Resplendent Academy for many years and finally bought this flame by chance. From then on, he soared into the sky. A 7th-grade flame isn't something that you can understand. The sound of insects could be heard. The green flames quickly appeared in front of Lin Ling like a demonic ghost flame. At this moment, Lin Ling's long hair was blown up by the wind. His handsome face was still cold, but wisps of colorful flames were rising in his second dantian. This was the reason why he invited him to this battle. He didn't want to expose his trump card to everyone. Space-time flame. A mysterious flame appeared in his palm. It was as if he had walked out of the flame. A powerful aura also spread out. Suddenly, the moon-bearing immortal bug flame was blown up. It was actually blown away. This sudden change caused Ma Yan's eyes to flicker. However, he had already made his move. Obviously, he couldn't let it go. Bang! Ma Yan's palm arrived and collided with Lin Ling's palm. Rumble. The 2 flames collided violently, forming a huge flame barrier that occupied the bottom of the volcano. Pop, pop, pop. Almost at the same time, a terrifying flame shockwave surged up. The entrance of the volcano was flooded. Rocks were constantly falling, but they were burned to ashes before they could fall into the cave. The collision of the two flames was terrifying. Whoosh! However, in the next moment, a figure flew out from the flames. It was my Yin. You're also a fire-type martial artist. Exclamations resounded in the cave. My Yin was very surprised. He was the one who was at a disadvantage in their first confrontation. You're not the only one who knows how to play with fire. Chapter 2378. The space-time steel sealed everything. Impossible. I have a 7th grade Shinbody. Why am I the one at a disadvantage? Could it be that you have an 8th grade Shinbody? My Yin slammed into the rock wall at the bottom of the cave. His exclamation grew louder. It seemed that he had underestimated the young man. What made him angry was that he was from the Resplendent Academy, but he only had a 7th grade Shinbody. His opponent was from the countryside, but he had a flame that was not weaker than his. It was too unfair. Not 8th grade, but 9th grade. Lin Ling said indifferently. Colorful flames appeared in his palm, making him look like he was holding a taboo. He shot at my Yin. He took the initiative to attack. Bastard, my Yin shouted angrily. He did not expect that killing an ant would be so troublesome. Fortunately, he still had an advantage, which was his cultivation level. In addition, he had a 2nd grade Xian body martial art. Dazzling mystic silk dagger. He opened his mouth and shot out a large amount of green flames. The flames turned into something that looked like a worm or a dagger. They quickly pierced through the bottom of the cave. The void was also pierced through. It was terrifying. Kid, you're still too inexperienced. At the same time, my Yin said coldly. He did not believe that the young man was so powerful. Is that so? However, Lin Ling's body suddenly erupted with a fiery pillar of light. It was colorful and caused the surrounding void to distort. The flame daggers that pierced through the void could not get close to Lin Ling. This was because Lin Ling had burned the void, causing spatial distortions. For example, if an arrow was shot in a straight line, it would seem like it was going to hit the target. However, due to spatial distortions, the target would appear to be close, but in fact, it would be very far away. This was the power of the space-time flame. Bang! Then, Lin Ling walked through the countless green flames at a steady pace. It was as if he had entered the rhythm of the universe. Who are you? My Yan's heart roared. What kind of freak is this? He quickly retracted the flames around him and condensed them into a giant dagger. He then shot it at Lin Ling. Since martial arts were useless, then he would use his cultivation level to suppress him. He would definitely be able to defeat that mysterious young man. It was just that his imagination was too perfect. Didn't you say you were going to kill me? Now you're asking me who I am? Don't you think it's ironic? The speed of the green flame dagger was as fast as lightning, but Lin Ling's attack was also very fast. He gathered time and space, and then slapped out with his right hand. Bang, bang, bang. The dagger was immediately blocked by the colorful flames, and the two were equally matched. This kid's talent is definitely at the 9th level. My Yin felt more and more pressure. Lin Ling's cultivation level was so much lower than his, but his flames were ineffective against him. This meant that Lin Ling's talent far surpassed his. If a 2nd stage World King was like this, then what about a 5th stage World King? Obviously, he would definitely lose at that time. He finally understood why this young man was so confident. It turned out that he was hiding such a terrifying technique. You can't kill me, so we can only tie. How about we stop here? My Yin knew it wasn't good to fight for a long time. Even so, this was a great humiliation to him. But in truth, if he left this time, he would definitely ask an even stronger senior apprentice brother to kill Lin Ling. This was because if a genius like Lin Ling didn't die, he wouldn't be able to eat or sleep in peace. I refuse. However, Lin Ling coldly shook his head. Haha, you can't kill me at all. If we continue to drag this out, it will only be disadvantageous to you, because your world essence isn't as thick as mine. Ma Yin narrowed his eyes as he stared at Lin Ling. Lin Ling actually wanted to kill him? What a joke. In truth, if he knew that Lin Ling had 2 dantians, he wouldn't be able to laugh. Of course, Lin Ling didn't want to fight a long battle because he didn't have the time. You are very lucky. After I obtained that thing, you were the first one to see it. After Lin Ling began to retract the space-time, Ma Yin was stunned. That young man gave up? This made him nod in satisfaction. This is the right choice. After all, I am from Resplendent Academy and have defeated countless geniuses in the myriad worlds. I'm also somewhat famous in the academy. Although your talent is not bad, you're still a little weak if you want to defeat me, your senior apprentice brother. Did I say I won't kill you? However, just as he finished speaking, Lin Ling indifferently retorted, causing Ma Yan's pupils to narrow. That young man still wanted to kill him? This caused him to shout angrily. Do you know what you were saying? He didn't believe that Lin Ling had the strength to kill him at all. He didn't believe it at all. Lin Ling shook his head. He didn't want to waste time talking nonsense because Ma Yin would know. An indescribable aura spread out from his body. The bottom of the volcano cave was silent, so silent that it was terrifying. It was as if the aura of the ancient era had occupied the entire cave. Shocked. Ma Yin was shocked. He didn't understand why he was shocked, but now he really wanted to escape. What did you do? He didn't expect that with his high cultivation level, he would be afraid of that young man. That young man was simply a combination of the god of slaughter and the god of flames. All of a sudden, he saw Lin Ling's right eye. That eye contained a fatal demonic power. He saw time, space, and finally, an ancient stone tablet. That mysterious stone tablet was motionless, but it was the ruler of the universe, emitting a silent aura. Run! Ma Yin didn't dare to say anything. He shot toward the hole in the sky. His heart was pounding violently because he was completely afraid. He was more afraid than when he met the second-generation disciples of Resplendent Academy. Too slow. However, Lin Ling's right eye was still looking at Ma Yin, and it was locked onto him. His eyes became multicolored, and it was extremely demonic. This was the first time he used the space-time divine steel. Rumble. At the mouth of the volcano cave, the void suddenly exploded, forming countless cracks. A huge stone tablet suddenly appeared, and as if it had passed through space, it sealed the entrance and smashed down. Ma Yin had nowhere to run. No, Your Excellency, spare me. Please spare me. I'm from Resplendent Academy. You can't kill me. Ma Yan's eyes narrowed when he sensed the terrifying aura. In his eyes, there was only a huge black stone tablet in front of him. The stone tablet was engraved with mysterious runes that sealed all of his vitality. At this moment, he was filled with regret. He shouldn't have agreed to Qian Taiji's request to kill Lin Ling, because only death awaited him. Qian Taiji, you set me up? Ma Yin roared in his heart. He hated Qian Taiji to death. Unfortunately, he had wronged Qian Taiji because Qian Taiji didn't know that Lin Ling was hiding such a terrifying trump card. There's always someone better than you. You're from Resplendent Academy, but that doesn't mean that people from other places can't defeat you. Below the cave, Lin Ling looked up at the sky and said indifferently, My brother is a second-generation disciple of Resplendent Academy. If you kill me, you won't be able to live. Don't make a mistake. Ma Yin was getting more and more panicked. He was looking for any chance to survive. Unfortunately, it was useless. Mistake? You're not qualified. Chapter 2379. The game was over. Bang! The ancient volcano instantly collapsed. Dust and dirt flew into the air, spreading millions of miles away. A fifth-level world king powerhouse couldn't block the space and time divine steel. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Then multicolored flames appeared, burning down the entire volcano and causing lava to shoot into the skies. And from the endless flames, a slender figure walked out. As if he were born from the flames behind him turned into a vortex that rapidly vanished into his body. He was Lin Ling. With Lin Ling's current strength, It was difficult for him to control the space and time divine steel. Even so, he could barely use it once. As for its power, it was as if the heavens were falling apart. The world essence of my two Dantians was instantly consumed. Lin Ling's helpless voice echoed out from the pitch-black night. However, after killing my yin, he had also absorbed his opponent's flames, causing his space and time flames to rise once more. I already said that this is where you will be buried. Soon, Lin Ling disappeared into the night. And at this time, in the ancient forest, the battle was extremely fierce. Shouts of killing shot into the skies. Haha, there was a violent explosion just now. I can see the fierce flames now. It looks like Lin Ling has been burned alive. Atop a broken ancient tree, Qian Taiji was sitting there. He drank wine, his voice filled with excitement. Lin Ling should be regretting his actions right now. Indeed, if he dared to disgrace Qian Taiji, then the only fate left for him was death. Sir died, falling flower flowing water, and the others paled. But they also believed Qian Taiji's words. This was because the explosions in the distance were intense, and there were flames soaring into the skies. If they weren't wrong, then my yin was a fire tribute martial artist. Thus, Lin Ling should have been killed. Unfortunately, Lin Ling had died before he could even begin. My man won't die. Only Xian Yuangu still believed in her own opinion. Of course, this was a blind trust. Of course. But her trust seemed to have paid off. In the pitch-black forest, the chuckle sounded out. Although the sound was light, it was as if it came from the 9 nether hells. Suddenly, all the fighting stopped. From the dense forest, a slender figure slowly walked out. His face was pale, and his long hair was tied behind his head. His entire being exuded the aura of a dragon and tiger. If this wasn't Lin Ling, who else could it be? You're not dead. The flagon in Qian Taigu's hand fell to the ground. He almost fell from the tree. How is this possible? Lord Lin Ling. Falling flowers flowing water sword, and the others were overjoyed. Lord Lin Ling was indeed powerful. The surrounding soldiers also stopped killing, as if they had seen a ghost. But soon, Qian Taichi roared, Lord Mai, are you there? Where are you? In his opinion, Lin Ling must have escaped back here. So as long as he called Lord Mai over, Lin Ling would definitely die. No need to call him. He's already dead. However, Lin Ling said expressionlessly. With a wave of his right hand, a head was thrown out by Lin Ling. It landed on the ground and rolled. Although the head was burned until it was a little blurry, one could still make out my Yan's facial features. At this moment, the forest became even more silent. Plop! Qian Taiji fell from the tree with a look of disbelief. You killed Lord Mai? He's a 5th-level world king, and he's from the Resplendent Academy. So what? The game is over. Everyone here will die. Lin Ling strode forward. His figure became clearer in the darkness. A thick, murderous aura emanated from his body. Plop! His words made Qian Taiji and the others' hearts tremble. They were afraid. They couldn't understand how Lord Mai had failed. One had to know that Lord Mai was the last generation's candidate disciple of the Resplendent Academy. To them, such a person was an invincible existence. But now, his invincibility had been broken. If they hadn't seen Lin Ling arrive with their own eyes, they would have thought that they were dreaming. At this moment, Qian Taiji looked at Lin Ling as if he was looking at a demon king from hell. He finally knew the gap between him and Lin Ling. He had come for revenge today, but he had come to seek death. Spare me, Lord Lin Ling, spare me. It's a misunderstanding between us. It's a misunderstanding. He knelt down and kept kowtowing. In fact, if he fought with Lin Ling now, even if Lin Ling could kill him, it would take a lot of time. This was because Lin Ling had exhausted all of his world essence by the time and space divine steel. However, he was like a bird startled by the twang of a bow. He was completely frightened. Plop! The other soldiers also knelt down and kept kowtowing. A shocking scene appeared in the forest. Everyone knelt down and begged for mercy. It was a shocking scene. My lord, you're so powerful. Falling flowers, flowing water, and the others exclaimed. If it wasn't for Lin Ling, they probably wouldn't be able to escape death today. Ha! Lin Ling continued to walk forward and arrived in front of Qian Taiji. He looked down at Qian Taiji and said, "The number one genius of the God of War Battalion, Qian Taiji. If you were a little tougher, I might have thought more highly of you. However, you only know how to beg like a dog. You've disappointed me. I can't compare to you, Lord Lin Ling, spare me." Qian Taiji felt extremely humiliated. However, his life was more important. "Raise your head and look at me." Lin Ling shook his head. He had experienced so many ups and downs since he started learning martial arts. Naturally, he wouldn't make such a low-level mistake. If he didn't remove the roots, there would be endless trouble in the future. "Raise my head." At this moment, Qian Taiji's heart trembled. He slowly raised his head. He wanted to see if Lin Ling would let him go. "Raise your head to kill." However, Lin Ling coldly spat out a sentence. His sword slashed across Qian Taiji's neck. Qian Taiji finally understood the meaning of raising his head. He stared at Lin Ling and wanted to say something. Unfortunately, nothing was left, and he fell on his back. Plop! After he fell, the hearts of the surrounding soldiers trembled. "Lord Lin Ling, spare us. We're all under Lord Qian Taiji's orders. We're innocent." The soldiers begged for mercy. They regretted it so much. "Kill them all." However, Lin Ling said mercilessly, no matter who ordered these soldiers, they did want to kill him. Since they took this path, they must pay the corresponding price. "No!" The soldiers cried out in horror. At this moment, they hated Qian Taiji because the latter had harmed them. "Go to hell. When you wanted to kill us, I didn't see you begging for mercy." Falling Blossom, Flowing Water, and the others coldly said and attacked. As for Lin Ling, he walked toward Xian Yuangu. He held on to Xian Yuangu's hand and strode away, leaving the forest. After Falling Blossom, Flowing Water, and the others left, blood flowed through the forest like a river. All of the soldiers had been annihilated. "Let's go. I hope we don't meet any more fellows who seek death." Lin Ling smiled as he looked at his surroundings. Then he strode away. Lord Lin Ling can actually kill a 5th-level World King powerhouse, and one that came from Resplendent Academy. If so, then Lord Lin Ling's strength is enough to enter Resplendent Academy. Chapter 2380. Translator. Nioibo, Studio Greater, Qingzhou. After coming out of the forest, the group headed towards the direction of Qingzhou. Traveling under the night sky was quite a different experience. As they got closer and closer to Qingzhou, Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Li Xiaoyao had been to Qingzhou in the past. He wondered how it was now. However, there were many hidden dragons and crouching tigers in Qingzhou. Even though Lin Ling had obtained Li Xiaoyao's inheritance, he still planned to start from scratch. After all, rice had to be eaten bite by bite. Gradually, specks of light began to appear in front of him. Upon closer inspection, it was the light emitted by countless buildings. The huge city of Qingzhou, so big, it was Xian Yuangu's first time here, so he couldn't help but exclaim. Tang Yue, Gong Yangjiang, and the others had obviously been here before, but even so, there was still shock on their faces. The city was so big that one couldn't see the end of it. It was like a huge mountain that stretched endlessly. All the buildings were built along the mountain, and the great Azure Divine Dynasty was at the top of the mountain. Most importantly, the majestic mountain was really huge. There were colorful clouds flowing in the sky. There was Dragon Chi, Emperor Chi, Thunder Chi, and so on. It was like the universe was in chaos. Because there were too many experts, they gathered together and formed a powerful aura. It could be said that this city was the core of Azure Prefecture. This was also the place that every powerhouse from the myriad worlds yearned for the most. Lin Ling, how big is this city? Xian Yuangu surveyed the entire city, but he still couldn't see the end of it. For example, the Xian Peng, Xian Yuan, Xian Huang, the Ghost Realm, the Devil Realm, and the God Realm can't even compare to 1/10 of this place. Lin Ling said with a smile. His soul power and 10,000 mammoth devil eyes couldn't see through the great Azure Prefecture. Chi, Upon hearing this, Xianxia was sucked in a breath of cold air. A giant city was already bigger than their hometown. How terrifying. There are as many experts here as there are hairs on a cow. The weak can't survive here. Lin Ling spoke again. His heart was filled with excitement because the stronger the world, the more he liked it. Only in this way could he become even stronger. Let's go. After that, Lin Ling led the group forward. Even though the great Qingzhou seemed close, it would take a very long time to fly there. Gradually, as everyone landed on the ground, they felt that the ancient city in the distance was even more magnificent. Bronze walls that were nearly 1,000 miles high carried with them a sacred and dignified aura that blocked out weak martial artists. And above the city walls, gates opened and powerful martial artists had the qualifications to enter. Through the city gates, one could see that there were magnificent mountains, ancient lakes, and even oceans. It's really the work of the gods. Xianxia couldn't help but sigh. She also noticed that the wind blowing out of the city gate was very comfortable, and the spiritual energy was extremely rich. It seemed to be the ancient spiritual energy of the chaos of the universe. This is one of the 9 origins of universal chaos. Lin Ling said indifferently. He already knew that the land of the 9 prefectures hid countless secrets. If he could obtain these secrets, he would be able to dominate the entire universe. According to legend, this land gave birth to countless miracles. Some people were burned to death by the sunlight, but they lived on with the help of the sunlight, forming a powerful talent. There were also people who died sitting on the ground and turned into stone statues. After thousands of years, they broke out of the stone statues and were born again. All kinds of mythical events would appear here. In fact, this place was also related to Tao. The so-called Tao was actually the martial Tao and the heavenly Tao. Those who obtained Tao were the same age as universal chaos. This was also the realm that all martial artists pursued their entire lives. Unfortunately, Tao was too elusive. Even Li Xiaoyao had only just touched the threshold. Shaking his head, Lin Ling collected his thoughts. He didn't know what Tao was. However, when his strength reached a certain level, the truth would be revealed. Into the city, Lin Ling took a big step forward and walked toward the ancient city. The city gate had a mysterious light screen that prevented weak martial artists from entering. But Lin Ling and the rest were obviously not weak, so they could enter easily. After entering the city, all kinds of noises were heard. The streets were filled with martial artists. It was already nighttime, but there was still a sea of people. This showed how attractive Qingzhou was. That's the demon tribe. Xianxua's beautiful eyes twinkled. Miss Xianxuan, please lower your voice. This place belongs to the First Ring City. People from all walks of life can easily attract trouble. Lin Xianxun, who was beside her, reminded her. He had been to many places and naturally knew the rules of this city. Lord Lin, that person is already looking over. At this moment, Xianxuan frowned. Lin Xianxun nodded and took a step forward. He stood in front of Xianxuan like a guard. In the distance, the 2-meter-tall, bull-headed man thought for a while and ignored them. Seeing this, Lin Xianxun let out a sigh of relief. He then looked at Lin Ling and smiled. He was no longer a citizen of Tating Prefecture, so he treated Lin Ling as an adult. Qingzhou is very big. Every region has different rules. For example, this First Ring City is the outermost region of Qingzhou, so the rules are more chaotic. Lin Xianxun explained. There are so many strong martial artists in Qingzhou. Does no one care? Xianxuan was puzzled. Hee, Sister Gu. You have to know that this place is very big. Those strong martial artists can't control everything. Tang Yue said. Xianxuan nodded in understanding. Indeed, this place was very big. Those strong martial artists couldn't control everything. She might as well let him do as he pleased. She only needed to prohibit martial arts in certain areas. The people here are not from the human tribe. After all, the martial artists here come from thousands of worlds, so there are all kinds of races. Lin Ling said at this time. He didn't care about the Minotaur from before. If this Minotaur wanted to die, then he would help him. Luckily, This Minotaur was smart. As the group walked down the street, they saw many different races. There were ghost races and even half-beast races. Moreover, most of them were at the World King realm. Their auras were terrifying. How strong? If there are so many powerhouses in First Ring City, then what about Second Ring City? Falling Flowers, flowing water, clenched his fists, wishing he could become stronger. With our current strength, we don't have the qualifications to enter Second Ring City. So, don't even think about it. Moreover, although there are many World King powerhouses here, not all of them are fierce. Lin Ling comforted him. There were indeed many powerhouses here, but Lin Ling also had many cards in his hands. He was confident that he could kill a 5th-stage World King. This meant that he didn't fear at least half of the people here. Of course, Lin Ling didn't want to stir up any trouble since this was his first time here. And as they walked forwards, road signs began to appear in front of them. They pointed to 3 academies: Heavenly Saint Academy, Radiant Academy, and Blue Soaring Academy. And beneath the giant road sign, 3 old men were sitting there like statues. Beneath them were 3 lotuses, and above their heads was the demon subduing tree. These 2 were extremely precious treasures. Lin Ling never imagined that they would be used for cultivation. To Radiant Academy. Lin Ling looked around and then walked towards one of the road signs. "Sir, do you have an invitation card?" Beneath one of the 3 lotuses, an old man opened his eyes. His pupils were like lightning, as if they could see through a person's soul. Lin Ling nodded. The jade card of the Martial God Battalion appeared in his hand. Chapter 2381. Geniuses are as common as clouds. Lin Ling, 700 years of cultivation, Martial God Camp Deputy General. You come from the Northern Lands, 2nd level World King realm. Not bad. You can obtain a spot. The old man stared at Lin Ling, a bit surprised. To them, cultivating for 700 years was a very short period of time. They could be considered part of a younger generation. But to cultivate for 700 years and reach the 2nd level of the World King realm, this strength was quite good. It has been a long time since a genius has been born in the Northern Lands. For you to represent the Northern Lands is quite amazing. I look forward to you becoming a candidate for the last generation of Radiant Academy. The old man faintly smiled, causing Lin Ling to nod. Thank you, Senior. He discovered that this old man was very strong, having reached the true divinity realm. Moreover, his body exuded the aura of 10,000 worlds. It was clear that he had been to 10,000 worlds, including his hometown. However, this old man's status was too high, and he was too lazy to care about anything that happened in his hometown. As for Lin Ling, when he was in the Rainforest Holy Land, his strength was limited, so he hadn't been able to sense this old man's arrival. Traveling through 10,000 worlds, this was a strength that left one envious. After all, 10,000 worlds were so large. To travel through every world wasn't something that just anyone could do. But this also proved that this old man was very old. You all can also enter. Then the old man said. The others also had a jade card from the Martial God Camp. They clearly had the qualifications to enter. Everyone walked down the path. Behind them, the juniors also walked towards the old man. Moreover, they all looked at Lin Ling with envy. "My lord, we are also going to Radiant Academy," someone respectfully said. The 3 great academies were extremely sacred places of the Great Blue Prefecture. They were the places that all martial artists yearned for the most. Thus, no one didn't want to enter. After all, only by entering the 3 great academies could one enter places like Second Ring City. This was an endless glory. "Do you have an invitation?" The old man lightly said, his face kind. "My lord, we don't have an invitation, but we are also at the World King realm. We should be able to enter," someone said with a flattering smile. "Sorry, you cannot enter without an invitation." The old man smiled and refused. "Why? They aren't stronger than us, but if they can enter, why can't we?" "That's right. I fear those brats won't be able to block a single move from me. Radiant Academy is too unfair." The others echoed. "Come." They didn't have any background, so they couldn't enter, but they were obviously unwilling. Hee hee, They have served in the Martial Gods Battalion and made contributions to Qing Province. That's why they are qualified. Young man, let me give you a piece of advice. If you want to obtain something, you have to pay the price. Don't look at others' glory without seeing their contributions. The old man was still smiling. His words made a lot of sense. Lin Ling, Falling Flowers, Flowing Water Sword, and the others had served in the Martial God Battalion. These contributions could not be erased. They had paid a price. Bullshit. The martial god world speaks based on strength. Their strength is not as good as ours. They're trash, so they are not qualified. Senior, why don't you let them come out and fight with us? The winner will be qualified. Some people were even more unwilling to accept this and erupted with a powerful aura. Why don't we force our way in and capture those people? The others also shouted angrily. The old man was still smiling as he shook his head and said, Alas, you see, their cultivation levels aren't high, but that doesn't mean they aren't strong. As for you, Chi, mysterious green lotuses suddenly appeared under the feet of those people. Then they merged together and a terrifying aura spread out. Bang! The most arrogant person was directly turned into powder and became a lotus seed. The others were the same. Mercy, mercy, we won't go in. The remaining people hurriedly knelt down and begged for mercy. They thought that the old man was easy to bully, but who knew that they would be killed the moment the old man attacked? Idiots! Behind them, more and more people arrived one after another. At this moment, they sneered disdainfully. Regardless of the strength of those people, if they were recognized, they would definitely be invited. Since they dared to snatch their spots, the Resplendent Academy would definitely take action. Moreover, this was the Resplendent Academy. If they were arrogant here, they would not pay for it even if they had 9 lives. At this moment on the main road, Lin Ling and the others also noticed what was happening behind them. They shook their heads and smiled. If one could enter the Resplendent Academy with strength, they would not have joined the Martial God Battalion. On the path of martial arts, most of the time, one had to take one step at a time. It was possible to soar to the heavens once, but rarely twice. Are we that weak? Lin Ling smiled and looked at the several people beside him. Hearing this, Falling Flowers and Flowing Water shook their heads. Lord Lin Ling had killed a disciple of the Resplendent Academy, so how could he be weak? At the very least, they could be sure that Lin Ling was no weaker than an ordinary disciple of the Resplendent Academy. And at the end of the main road, there seemed to be an ancient city. The people that appeared here were all very young, and their strength was not weak. TSK, that is Shun Tianfei of the Origin World. He also has the qualifications. Suddenly, Di Balo looked at a person in front of him. This person was thin and had long purple hair. He seemed unruly. Then, Di Balo saw the confusion in everyone's eyes. He explained, Before I went to the Martial God Battalion, I came into contact with that fellow. He was very strong. Later, I heard that he joined the Demon Sealing faction. I don't know how he managed to obtain a spot, but he also came to participate in the assessment. 3rd level World King Realm. That's a higher boundary than all of us. The chess boy frowned. Besides Lin Ling, everyone else was at the 1st level of the World King Realm. Moreover, this was the result of painstakingly cultivating in the Martial God Battalion. Before this, they were only at the Martial Emperor Realm. A high boundary doesn't mean you are strong. For instance, talent, martial arts, and weapons can make up for the difference in boundary. Lin Ling comforted them, making them feel less nervous. In truth, the juniors that appeared all around were extremely strong. 3rd level World Kings weren't rare, and there were even 4th level World Kings. This place could be called a place where geniuses were as common as clouds. If the Resplendent Academy was like this, then what about the other 2 great academies? This proved that Azure Province was indeed a place with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. It's Yu Linglong. Heavens, she has reached the 5th level of the World King Realm. At this time, Falling Flowers and Flowing Water shouted out loud. Following his gaze, everyone saw a woman in a golden uniform walking in front of them. She was like a goddess of war. every move she made tugging at the hearts of the entire street. There were even many youths that revealed looks of adoration. Unfortunately, the distance between them and this woman was too great. She was a proud daughter of heaven, with both strength and beauty. Thus, they could only look up to her. "That is the Moonlight Swordsman," Gong Yangjiang said. Then, he looked at falling flowers and flowing water. "You should know him." "I know him. His master is the same as my master, one of the 10 great sword immortals of Azure Province." Falling flowers and flowing water nodded, but his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. "Your strength is inferior to his." Lin Ling also stared ahead. He saw a youth in a white robe with 2 swords hanging from his waist. His robe was embroidered with maple leaves, and his face was pale, as if he had just recovered from a serious illness. He gave off a delicate beauty, and this sort of beauty was fatal to some women. All around the street, some young women also cried out in alarm. Chapter 2382. Blue Enchantress Falling Blossom Flowing Water looked a little lonely. Although he was also a disciple of the top 10 sword celestials of Qingzhou, he was obviously not as good as them. The path of martial arts is long. We don't know who will be the winner. Don't lose your confidence, Lin Ling said lightly. Falling Blossom Flowing Water smiled and nodded heavily. At the same time, the white-robed swordsman also looked at Falling Blossom Flowing Water with disdain. Obviously, he recognized Falling Blossom Flowing Water. Then, he walked forward slowly. On the other side, Yu Linglong also looked over. Of course, it was just a glance. In her heart, Lin Ling and his group were not worthy of her attention. In this assessment, she needed to be careful of the other geniuses. "Let's go." Lin Ling did not say much and led the group forward. On the street, apparently, no one paid attention to them. Even if they did, it was because of Xian Yuan Gu'er and Tang Yue. Those guys are lucky to have such beautiful companions. Should we go and snatch them? The assessment is about to start. Don't mess around. When you become a candidate of the last generation, you can do whatever you want. But that girl looks familiar. She seems to be the little princess of Square Commandery. Are you kidding? Would a little princess be someone's follower? You must be seeing things. Around the street, some people sat cross-legged and adjusted their states. Some people were bored and whispered in each other's ears. Lin Ling and his group entered a random inn and prepared to rest. It was not yet dawn, but the inn was already full of people. After Lin Ling and his group entered, many people's eyes lit up. A few people at a table could not help but laugh. "Tang Yue, over here." A girl in a blue dress waved at Tang Yue. Tang Yue, the little princess of Square Commandery? Many people's faces changed. Square Commandery was one of the 4 commanderies in Qingzhou. It was an ally of the Great Qing dynasty and was extremely famous. Sister Enchantress. Tang Yue's beautiful eyes also lit up as she stared at a woman at the table. That woman was wearing a blue cheongsam. She sat with her legs crossed, revealing her fair, jade-like legs that reached all the way to the bottom. She was extremely attractive. Of course, after a glance, the crowd did not dare to look anymore, because they had heard of that girl who looked like an enchantress. It was said that she was the Blue Enchantress. According to the rumor, she was Enchantress, Flying Dragon Organization, and Flying Dragon Organization. Flying Dragon. Had Flying Dragon Organizations. "Sir Lin Ling, I saw a friend. I'll head over first." Tang Yue. Tang Yue. Tang Tang. Lin Tang Yue. Was Tang Yue. Tang Yue's Chinyu. Cloud Blossom Chas. Who is that guy? You actually have to go through his request? As Tang Yue walked over, the Blue Enchantress cried out in alarm. Her lips were blue and she looked very charming. My immediate superior. If I didn't listen to his orders, then the Martial Ga Battalion would not have given me an invitation and given me a spot. Tang Yue shrugged her shoulders. In any case, he is a very cocky man. So that's how it is. With your status, how could you listen to his orders? But that's fine. Once you enter Radiant Academy, you don't need to care about him. This sort of man who relies on his status to be arrogant is simply despicable. The blue enchantress disdainfully said. In truth, he isn't that bad. Tang Yue whispered. Of course, the blue enchantress didn't take her words to heart. In her mind, this youth was only at the second level of the World King realm. He wasn't worth mentioning at all. In fact, as she saw Lin Ling's stern face and his demeanor as if he were an adult, she felt very unhappy. If it weren't for the fact that she didn't want to make things difficult for Tang Yue, she really would have taught this man a lesson. After all, Tang Yue was a little princess. Why had she ever been someone's subordinate? It seems that your life in the military has changed you a lot. You aren't as unruly as before, the blue enchantress said. How could that be? I wasn't unruly before either. Tang Yue sniffled as she replied. She began to reminisce with the others around her. As the others talked, they also looked at Lin Ling with disdain. They thought that Lin Ling was only using his status to make Tang Yue listen to him. At this time, Lin Ling and the others found a table and sat down. They called out for food and wine as they waited for the academy's examination to begin. As falling flowers, flowing water, and the others were chatting, Lin Ling's soul force quietly gushed out, probing his surroundings. As he had guessed, there were many powerhouses hidden in the surroundings. These powerhouses could easily kill him. As for the younger generation that came to take the examination, he didn't fear them at all. Isn't this Ram River? At this time, a sharp voice suddenly sounded out. At some unknown time, several figures had entered the inn. There were tall and sturdy minotaurs and even crocodiles. They were led by a blond youth as they slowly walked forwards. Look at that youth's robes. They have the Yuan character embroidered on them. They are from Great Origin Mansion. The surrounding people's faces changed slightly. Great Origin Mansion was also a place that couldn't be underestimated. Like the martial god barracks, it belonged to the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. Ram River? Could it be that guy? Then, many people looked at Lin Ling. As Ram River was the son of Qing State's Fu Xing Manor, many people had heard of his name. Ram River's background was obviously not small, but his strength was very weak. This was a well-known fact. It's you, Yuan Ian. At this time, Ram River raised his head. He recognized the other party. He even had some grudges with the other party. Therefore, when he saw the other party, he knew that things were going to be troublesome. It's really you. You're the guy who can't beat others, so you throw money at them. The blond youth laughed mockingly. Someone beside him even imitated Ram River's tone and said, I'm not as strong as others. Can money solve the problem? If money can solve the problem, then it's not a problem. The others laughed even louder, and even the people in the inn started to jeer. Tang Yue, it's a good thing that you came to sit with us. Otherwise, you would have been humiliated. The blue enchantress shook her head and laughed. She looked like she was watching a good show. However, Tang Yue frowned and was a little worried. What do you want? The surrounding people laughed at Ram River, which made Ram River angry. What do I want? I want to tell you that in the martial god territory, strength is everything. Money is not the most important thing. Now get out of here. I want your table. Yuan Ian said coldly. He had a grudge against Ram River, but he didn't dare to kill him. Humiliating him would be no problem. Do you think I will leave just because you asked me to? There are so many inns here. You can find other inns. Ram River said, frowning. What if I don't want to? Yuan Ian narrowed his eyes and replied in an overbearing manner. Bang! At this time, the sound of a table being slammed was heard. Mo stood up and said coldly, Your Excellency, don't go too far. It's none of your business. Chapter 2383. Bull Demon Refining World. Yuan Yin, don't be too arrogant. There are many people here that you can't afford to offend. At this time, Falling Flower Flowing Water Sword spoke up. So it's you, Falling Flower Flowing Water Sword, disciple of Qing Province's top 10 sword immortals. But so what? Could it be that your master will come and uphold justice? Moreover, in terms of background, you aren't enough to make me fear you. Yuan Ian coldly said. What if I'm included? At this time, the chess boy also stood up. Old Qi's disciple. Many people recognized the chess boy. They didn't expect that there would be so many disciples of ancient powerhouses sitting at that table. At this time, even Ian was surprised. Let people off if you can. The assessment is near. We don't want to cause trouble. You can leave now. Seeing Ian remained silent. Falling flower, flowing water sword thought he was afraid. As these words fell, many people realized that Ian was about to leave the inn. Too much nonsense. Your master is strong, but that doesn't mean you are strong. Take my fist and don't retreat. Let's leave. However, at this time, Ian sneered. He stepped forward and shot towards falling flower, flowing water sword. Grand Cardinal Divine Fist. Walala. A strong wind seemed to blow through the inn. All the wine glasses and other objects were clinking. A fist radiating with light attacked the falling flower's water sword. This fist seemed to come from 10,000 worlds. In fact, this fist was enough to completely destroy the inn, but Ian's control over his strength was very strong. He didn't let the excess strength affect the inn. From this, one could see that Ian wasn't weak. However, no one thought that Ian would suddenly attack. Falling flower, flowing water sword was the same. He instantly realized that his opponent was at the second stage of the World King realm. Grand Cardinal True Chi. He has a 4th grade profound body. Some of the genius powerhouses in the inn whispered. At this time, falling flower, flowing water sword didn't have time to draw his sword. His sword was strong. Without a sword, he naturally wasn't his opponent. Pung. He punched out, resisting the Grand Cardinal Divine Fist. You overestimate yourself. Ian sneered. He wanted to break falling flower, flowing water sword's right arm so that he couldn't use his sword. Ka. The two fists collided violently. Righteousness exploded, causing blossoming flowing water sword's face to turn pale. However, at this moment, a palm appeared behind him, giving him a powerful recoil. The pressure instantly decreased. It was Lord Linling. Blossoming flowing water sword was overjoyed. Get lost. Almost at the same time, Linling's cold voice sounded. The aura of a demon god filled the air and rushed out through the arm of the falling flower's water sword. Bang! The powerful force sent Ian flying and smashed into the wall. You've already taken a step back. Scram! After that, Linling's indifferent voice also quietly floated out. Then instantly fell silent. Many people stared at Linling, their faces solemn. They didn't expect Gong Yangjiang to have such an expert. After all, Ian had attacked in an instant, while the latter had defended in a hurry. However, he was still able to force the other party back. His strength was quite impressive. Papa! At this moment, Ian slid down from the wall. His right arm was broken and dripping with blood. He stared at Linling, waiting to devour him. He didn't expect that he would be injured with one punch. After all, his righteousness genuine chi had been cultivated by the righteous heavenly incense for 500 years. It was as strong as Yang and invincible. Who are you? He sent a cold voice. Linling of the Martial God Battalion, their leader. Linling sat back down and said lightly, What? This person is the superior of blossoming flowing water sword? How is that possible? Yes, they're about the same age. I didn't expect blossoming flowing water sword to be so obedient. It seems to be true because DBMO and the others didn't say anything against it. Many young geniuses exclaimed. Because young people were full of vigor, it was very difficult to convince people of the same age. But now, this young man had done it, and he had subdued several people at once. It was hard for people not to be surprised. Xiaoman Shan. Ian stared at Linling and suddenly shouted, Bang! In front of him, a bull-headed giant walked out. His body exuded a rich demonic aura. His voice was low and deep. One more punch. Whoever retreats will get the hell out of here. Bang! As his words fell, he stepped forward again. With each step, his aura climbed higher and higher. If he were placed in the myriad worlds, he would be able to shake a world. His cultivation was at the 3rd stage of the World King realm. Bull Demon World Refining. At this moment, Blue Enchantress frowned. This was an extremely powerful body cultivation method. It could use the world essence in one's body to refine one's body. It was extremely powerful. It was said that when one reached the 9th stage, they could transform into a world bull demon. It was as big as a world. That person had obviously only reached the 2nd stage, but he wasn't someone that an ordinary person could resist. Little Princess Tang Yue, your superior is in trouble. Do you need my help? Just say the word, and I will help him defeat the bull-headed giant. Then you can show off in front of him. Blue Enchantress said with a smile. She wanted to help Tang Yue. However, Tang Yue shook her head. Let's wait and see. It will be too late. Blue Enchantress was surprised. She discovered that Tang Yue didn't seem to care, and there were 2 reasons for this. First, Tang Yue wanted that youth to lose face. Secondly, Tang Yue was very confident in that young man. Of course, the first reason was more important. After all, that youth was only at the 2nd stage of the World King realm. There was no doubt that he would be defeated. Bull Demon refining primal chaos. At this time, the bull-headed giant had already attacked. His fist came smashing out, forming the energy of primal chaos. Of course, this was only an illusion. Everything was still world essence. After all, with his strength, he couldn't possess the energy of primal chaos. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The entire restaurant began to shake, as if a giant was grabbing the restaurant and shaking it. What a terrifying fist! Many people cried out in alarm. The air was swept up in chaos. The fist rushed towards Lin Ling. As for Lin Ling, he stood up, ignoring the turbulence in the air. His divinity and demon body began to stir. After experiencing the blood of the fish monster, the blood of the silver moon supreme beast, the martial god fruit, and the tempering of the flames of time, just how terrifying was his mortal body. His fist also struck out, a dragon-shaped energy flow tumbling around it. In the next moment, the 2 fists collided. A terrifying white light appeared. It was formed by the suppression of the air, causing many people to be unable to see what was happening within the white light. Little Princess Tang Yue, if you don't make a move, then it will be too late. Yes, Blue Enchantress immediately cried out. However, Tang Yue waved her hand. Blue Enchantress wanted to say something, but in the next moment, there was a thunderous sound. In the white light, a figure was sent flying backwards, knocking over many tables and chairs before finally flying out of the restaurant. After that terrifying strength disappeared, the crowd finally reacted. That bull-headed giant lost. Yes, it was unknown who said this sentence, but it made the end even more silent. Chapter 2384. He's a Burman. Those who caused trouble earlier, get out. Along with his actions, a cold voice sounded at the same time. Right now, Lin Ling's god devil body had reached 5,000 universe power. In fact, it was a 5th grade Shin body. In terms of physical strength, he really didn't fear anyone. Of course, in terms of Jie Yuan, he also didn't fear anyone. Let's scram. Not far away. Yuan looked deeply at Lin Ling, his eyes full of fear. But today's matter will not be forgotten. Scram, not leave. Lin Ling had heard this kind of threat many times. He didn't mind it and took a sip of wine. Hearing this, Yuan's pupils constricted. So many young geniuses were watching, and he was going to roll out? If that was the case, the Yuan mansion would be completely disgraced by him. Do you want me to help you? However, Lin Ling's next sentence directly told him to get out, because by the time Lin Ling came to help, they might have to leave lying down. Seeing this, many people in the inn couldn't help but laugh. This guy's strength is so strong. He's definitely above average among the younger generation in this batch of assessment. At this moment, Blue Enchantress's little blue mouth turned into an O. She didn't expect that young man to be so strong. She had underestimated him. Actually, I also want to see him lose face, but I know that it's impossible with those people from before. Tang Yue sighed regretfully. Why do I feel that you don't want him to be embarrassed? Tang Yue, tell me honestly, do you like him? Blue Enchantress laughed strangely and said, however, he's still worthy of praise. Unfortunately, his cultivation is too weak. Moreover, the advantage of his physical strength won't allow him to pass smoothly in this test. You're the one who likes him. I hate his arrogant look. Tang Yue immediately retorted, but she muttered inwardly, "His strength isn't his physical body." In truth, even she didn't know where Lin Ling's limits were. In any case, he didn't seem like a second-level world king. And then also gradually quieted down. The crowd finally knew why falling flowers, flowing water, and the others had submitted to Lin Ling. "All geniuses, please gather at the plaza." At this moment, a loud and clear voice came from the sky. The long night was finally over, and the resplendent Academy's examination was about to begin. It's about to start. Everyone's spirits were shaken as they walked out of the inn one after another. Lin Ling and the others were the same. Looking at the street, they saw that it was already filled with people. They were all from the younger generation. The men were handsome and otherworldly, and the women were captivating. Every single one of them puffed out their chests and walked forward with high fighting spirit. For the sake of martial arts, they would unleash their full potential. Of course, there was no lack of young masters who were working hard to attract the attention of the beauties around them. There were indeed a lot of women in this assessment. They were dressed in all kinds of clothes. There were cute types, mature types, charming types, and so on. It was no wonder that they were so impulsive. Even Lin Ling couldn't help but be secretly surprised. He didn't expect there to be so many beauties. At this moment, a whistling sound came from the sky. In the distance, a young man in a purple robe stepped onto a white paper crane. He was extremely dazzling. Where did he come from? That paper crane is made of paper, but it can carry people and fly. Xianxia exclaimed beside him. It's just a kind of puppet. It can fly after engraving a boundary. But that guy is really in the limelight. Lin Ling curled his lips. Everyone was lining up in an orderly manner, but that young man was flying across the sky. If it wasn't for the limelight, then what was it for? That young man is called Whitebird. He's a member of the Heavenly Court. At this moment, a voice came from behind. Tang Yue walked over with Blue Enchantress and the others. Blue Enchantress spoke faintly. Whitebird of the Heavenly Court. Falling Flowers, Flowing Water Sword, and the others had obviously heard of this name, and their expressions became serious. This guy is said to be a bird that turned into a human. Dibayamo said, a bird that turned into a human was similar to a carp that leaped over the dragon's gate. As long as it appeared in the chaos of the universe, it could soar into the sky. If a carp could turn into a dragon, then Whitebird could also turn into a human. The geniuses of the martial god realm are really colorful. Xianxia felt that it was an eye-opener. He knew that the young man's strength wasn't simple. To put it bluntly, he's a birdman. However, Lin Ling immediately mocked. Because of the Heavenly Court, no matter who that person was, as long as he was a member of the Heavenly Court, then he was Lin Ling's enemy. He appeared so handsome, but you said that he's a birdman. You're jealous of him. Blue Enchantress said disdainfully. She stared at Xianxia and said, what a cute girl. Come, let's get to know each other. Xianxia was a little flattered by her friendly attitude. Lin Ling stared at Blue Enchantress. He found that this woman was tall and her strength was unfathomable. However, this woman was brought by Tang Yue, so he didn't pay much attention to her. Dibayamo and the others also secretly stared at her, attracted by her slender legs. Jealous? He's not qualified enough to make me jealous. Just wait, there's a price to pay for being in the limelight. Lin Ling looked at the sky again. His words made Blue Enchantress shake her head. She thought that Lin Ling was definitely jealous. In fact, the young man flying in the sky was indeed very attractive. He was like a dazzling star. On the ground, many girls' eyes were shining. Get down. However, very quickly, a thunderbolt descended from the sky and blasted the paper crane. It burned the paper crane, and the white bird fell to the ground in a sorry state. Everyone has to follow the rules of the Resplendent Academy's examination. At the same time, an old man shouted angrily. Obviously, the white bird had violated the rules in order to be in the limelight. Sometimes the opposite of being in the limelight is losing face. Lin Ling immediately shrugged his shoulders, making the chess boy and the others laugh. From the perspective of men, They were also very unhappy with the elegant white bird. "You're really vicious." Blue Enchantress curled her lips. She also felt that the white bird should be in a sorry state at this moment. And the fact was indeed so. On the ground, a large number of boos sounded, making Lin Ling think of a very popular sentence in his previous life. "Acting tough will be struck by lightning." After that, everyone lined up in order, recorded their names and identities, and quietly waited for the examination. Large words began to appear in the sky. This examination was divided into two types. First, the examination of combat strength. Second, the examination of talent. Those who passed the two types of examinations would become the last generation's candidate disciple of the Resplendent Academy. Although there were only two types of examinations, they were definitely very difficult. This made many of the younger generation nervous. "Those who want to take the examination, come out." Following the old man's voice, a large number of disciples walked out, quietly waiting for the examination of combat strength. Chapter 2385. The whole place was filled with hatred. "That's Luo Lu from Only My Commandery. He's at the 4th level of World King Realm. Great God Qian from Grand Core Commandery is here too. Of course, Tang Yue from Square Commandery is here too. That's the genius from Xing and Boundary. He has been in Martial God Realm for 990 years. If he doesn't take part in the assessment after 1,000 years, he will lose his chance." Many people were talking about it. Their blood was boiling because it was an honor to be with those famous geniuses. Moreover, they also wanted to see the gap between them. "Martial God Battalion, you've got guts. After the assessment, I'll teach you a lesson." Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. Everyone looked over and saw that it was Yuan In from the Yuan Mansion. Suddenly, many people were puzzled. Who was the person from the Yuan Mansion talking to? This guy. Beside Lin Ling, D by Mo and the others' faces turned ugly because Yuan In was talking to Lin Ling. This trash obviously wanted to settle accounts. There were so many geniuses here, so Yuan In was not afraid that Lin Ling would attack him. Who is this guy? How dare he provoke Yuan In? Many people looked at Lin Ling. As for Yuan In, he smiled gloomily. His sudden shout made Lin Ling the focus of attention. Lin Ling would be under a lot of pressure. After all, there were too many people here who were stronger than Lin Ling. Unfortunately, he was disappointed. Lin Ling didn't even look at him. His face was full of disdain. Yu Linglong and the other top geniuses were surprised by his expression. Of course, their eyes were full of disdain. They thought that Lin Ling was pretending to be calm. "Lin Ling from Martial God Battalion, you'll be disgraced. You'll be eliminated." Yuan In roared again. Lin Ling's attitude was too calm, which made him very unhappy. "Martial God Battalion." Suddenly, a doubtful voice rang out in the square. "On the way to Qingzhou, did you guys see my brother, Ma Yin?" A young man in a black and white robe walked out from the high platform in front of the square. He had his hands behind his back and looked down indifferently. "Speak." His furious roar caused the entire plaza to tremble. "Senior brother Mai Zi." Someone with sharp eyes, Ma Yin Zi Yin immediately. This man was the last disciple of Radiant Academy. Who would have thought that he knew Lin Ling? For a moment, everyone paid attention to Lin Ling. They never thought that this unknown young man would cause such a huge commotion. "This is bad." D by Mo and World Ma Yin. Ma Yin had been killed by Lord Lin. My Z. Ma Yin was Ma Yin. Ma Yin had my. Was my Mu Lucas, was my Yin my continent, my runes Louis my. Although they did not know how my Z got the news, it was better for him to deny it. He's dead. Even Yu Linglong doesn't dare to provoke the last disciple of Radiant Academy. He's not even as strong as Yu Linglong. He's dead for sure. Yuan In did not expect things to turn out this way. Lin Ling had become a thorn in everyone's side. "Senior brother My Z is asking you a question. Speak." A moment later, many of the disciples who were about to be assessed glared at Lin Ling. For them, Senior brother My Z was the last disciple of Radiant Academy. They needed to flatter him. If they could curry favor with him, they might get a favor. In my opinion, even if he didn't kill them, he still has something to do with it. "I think we should arrest him and interrogate him," Yuan In said. He wanted to see the world in chaos. That bastard. Xian Gu could not help but curse. Everything was caused by that despicable person. The situation had become very troublesome. They did not know how Lin Ling would deal with it. However, trouble seemed to be coming in waves. Lin Ling from Martial God Battalion, long time no see, stepped forward. Another young man slowly walked out from the high platform in front of him. He only had one arm, and at this moment, he stroked his severed arm with a ferocious expression as he coldly looked at Lin Ling. Senior brother Yi Xiaoshou? Yes, the crowd exclaimed again. This was another last disciple. Moreover, his background was not small. It was said that he was a member of the Heavenly Court. Senior brother Yi Xiaoshou, you know him? Yes. Among the crowd, White Bird also smiled. As a member of the Heavenly Court, he naturally knew Yi Xiaoshou. Senior brother Yi Xiaoshou, you mean to protect him? Yes. Even my Z frowned and looked at Yi Xiaoshou. If the latter wanted to protect Lin Ling, then he would not be able to question Lin Ling domineeringly. However, no one knew that Lin Ling and Yi Xiaoshou had a 5-year agreement. Moreover, Yi Xiaoshou's severed arm was cut off by Lin Ling. Therefore, Yi Xiaoshou was not here to protect Lin Ling at all. I know him. How can I not know him? He belongs to me. No one can snatch him from me, because I want to kill him with my own hands. Yi Xiaoshou paused for a moment before he finally spat out a cold sentence. As he spoke, his killing intent was extremely dense. The entire square was instantly like boiling water. Never had they imagined that Yi Xiaoshou did not want to protect Lin Ling, but wanted to kill Lin Ling instead. Lin Ling from Martial God Battalion, how audacious of you. You trash actually dared to offend Lord Yi Xiaoshou. Kneel down. White Bird immediately shouted angrily at Lin Ling. The others were the same. All of them stared furiously at Lin Ling as if they wanted to seek justice for Yi Xiaoshou. To them, Lin Ling was just a passerby. His life and death had nothing to do with them. Of course, if Lin Ling's death could make Yi Xiaoshou owe them a favor, then that would be very good. Humans were selfish. In the face of benefits, who would pay attention to a passerby? A series of furious roars could be heard in the square. These guys, falling flowers, flowing water, and the others all turned pale. They had to be wary of my Z alone. Now, there was also Yi Xiaoshou. It's over, it's over. Even Blue Enchantress sucked in a breath of cold air. She did not expect Lin Ling to offend so many people. She could not help but sigh. Tang Yue, what kind of guy do you know? Now, everyone wants to see a good show. Her words were filled with helplessness. If it was someone else, she might help Lin Ling out of respect for Tang Yue. However, the ones who stepped in were the last generation disciples. Last generation disciples were not on the same level as them. After all, even if they passed the assessment, they were only last generation candidates. And those who could become last generation disciples were undoubtedly existences that were revered. Thank you. However, at this moment, Lin Ling softly spat out a sentence that seemed to be directed at Blue Enchantress. Her beautiful eyes narrowed, and then she shook her head. What are you thanking me for? I didn't help much. At least you want to help. It's enough that you have this thought. Lin Ling said with a faint smile. He looked very calm, which made Blue Enchantress suspect that Lin Ling was scared silly. She said, many people here want to see a good show for you. You're actually not flustered at all? Thank them for not thinking highly of me, because they're also encouraging me. For them, I will also become stronger. Lin Ling turned his head to look at Blue Enchantress and revealed a brilliant smile. Chapter 2386. Before the first wave had subsided, another wave rose. Could it be that if the entire world became his enemy, he would be even happier? If he provoked even more enemies, then all of this would only cause him to become even stronger. This was a madman. Moreover, he was a martial arts maniac. Although Lin Ling's voice wasn't loud, many people clearly heard him. What shameless boasting. Where did this trash come from? He's actually so arrogant. Could it be that all of us are hostile towards him and he wants to use us as motivation to become stronger? Without a doubt, many geniuses angrily shouted out. They had never seen such an arrogant person before. What an interesting fellow. Even Yu Ling Long and the others from the first camp smiled. Of course, they thought that Lin Ling was only trying to play to the gallery. After all, arrogance required capital, and this youth was only at the second level of the World King realm. He clearly didn't have that. Yi Xiaoshou, does your arm still hurt? The 5-year battle has already begun. Do you want to fight now? Or do you want to fight after the assessment? Lin Ling didn't care about the gazes around him. Instead, he looked at Yi Xiaoshou on the high platform. Bang! As these words fell, the entire square was thrown into an uproar. No one thought that senior apprentice brother Yi Xiaoshou's arm would be cut off by this youth. Moreover, this youth had actually agreed to fight with Yi Xiaoshou. He was seeking death. He was simply seeking death. Without a doubt, after Lin Ling's words, even more voices of reprimand sounded out. In their opinion, even if senior apprentice brother Yi Xiaoshou were to give up an arm, this youth still wouldn't be his match. However, Lin Ling's words caused Yi Xiaoshou's complexion to turn icy cold. Losing an arm was his greatest shame. Although it hadn't been 5 years yet, these past years had felt like years to him. He had bitterly and diligently cultivated in order to wash away the greatest shame of his life. For a time, he coldly glared at Lin Ling. He didn't speak, but Lin Ling angrily shouted out, "Speak, coward!" "Coward? With just you?" The noise in the surroundings became even louder. The crowd didn't think that the young man would dare to ignore them and directly shout at the last generation disciple. What a coward. My arm was broken by your martial god cannon, but that doesn't mean you're strong enough to break my arm. However, I'll remember you calling me a coward. After the test is over, I'll show everyone who's the real coward. Yi Xiaoshou finally revealed a sinister smile. Even my Z, who was standing beside him, couldn't help but shudder. He felt as if Lin Ling had touched the devil's reverse scale. Of course, even though Lin Ling was going to die, he wanted to know the whereabouts of his younger brother, Ma Yin, before he died. He had the ability to resonate with his younger brother. When his younger brother died, he immediately sensed it and vaguely heard that it was the martial gods battalion. You're Lin Ling, right? Let me ask you, where did my little brother go? Who killed him? Thinking of this, my Z looked at Lin Ling and said in an extremely domineering manner, "Senior brother my Z, we haven't seen my Yin. We don't know who you're talking about." Falling Blossom, Flowing Water immediately spoke. Chess Boy and the others also spoke. The world is so big. Don't you think you're being too domineering by questioning us just because your little brother is missing? At this moment, they naturally insisted that they hadn't seen my Yin. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble. I want you to speak. Otherwise, die. Unfortunately, my Z didn't care about other reasons. He just wanted to know the result. Domineering. This was the powerful last generation disciple. Of course, the others also felt that he had a reason to be domineering. Falling Blossom, Flowing Water, and the others had unsightly expressions. The other party was too overbearing. I know where your little brother is. However, just as they were about to find another excuse, Lin Ling spoke. Speak. My Z frowned. He's dead. I killed him. Lin Ling smiled coldly. His smile was evil. He didn't hide anything and directly admitted it. Bang! At this moment, the entire square fell silent. It was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. My Z was stunned. Veins appeared on his forehead. His little brother was dead. He was killed by that young man. You're not joking? He roared angrily. His voice was mixed with shocking anger. Do you think I'm joking? Lin Ling was still smiling, but his voice became incomparably cold. This was an even more straightforward admission. This guy, Falling Blossom, Flowing Water, and the others smiled bitterly. Previously, they were thinking of ways to avoid it. Who knew that Lin Ling would directly admit it, and even counterattack in an overbearing manner? They couldn't figure out this kind of behavior that didn't play by the rules. As for Blue Enchantress, she smiled bitterly. This young man had offended all the geniuses and offended Yi Xiaoshou. That wasn't enough. He even offended my Z. This enmity was irreconcilable. In fact, she didn't know that Lin Ling dared to admit it. This wasn't arrogance. With his current strength, he really didn't fear my Z and Yi Xiaoshou. Since he didn't fear them, why should he be so humble? Why did you kill him? He's my only brother. My Z finally reacted and let out a painful cry. His voice was distorted. Because he wanted to kill me. Lin Ling raised his head to look at the man and said fearlessly, "Then why didn't you let him kill you?" My Z's eyes were filled with malevolence. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. His voice became cold. "I have no enmity with him. He wanted to kill me because of the divine crystals. Now you're asking me why I didn't let him kill me? Let me tell you, once the test is over, I'll kill you too." His voice was filled with murderous intent. It was as if he wanted to kill the entire world. My Yin came to kill Lin Ling, so Lin Ling would definitely counterattack. If my Z asked clearly and judged whether Lin Ling was right or wrong, Lin Ling might even apologize. But my Z asked him why he didn't want to die. In this case, there was no need to keep this last generation disciple alive. After all, my Yan's life was a life, but was Lin Ling's life not a life? Crazy. After Lin Ling's voice, the square was in an uproar. Before the first wave had subsided, another wave had risen. No one thought that Lin Ling would be so frivolous, but they could see that Lin Ling was going to die. "Master Lin Ling, you're so bold." DBIMO and the others smiled bitterly. Master Lin Ling had provoked 2 last-generation disciples at the same time, and this had caused more dissatisfaction among the geniuses in the square. What will come will come. It can't be avoided. Yes. Lin Ling shook his head, because even if he endured the humiliation, the other party would not let him go. "Time's up, the test begins." Yes. At this time, an old man's voice floated in the air, and everyone began to look up at the sky. Xianxia and the others naturally did not dare to disturb the test, and could only wait quietly by the side. No matter what the result of the test was, they would not let Lin Ling go today. "Little Princess Tang Yue, is this lord of yours really arrogant, or is he just bragging?" Chapter 2387. Combat Strength Assessment. Tang Yue shook her head and smiled. "In truth, I can't see through him either. Then he must be bragging a lot." Blue Enchantress thought that Lin Ling would definitely sneak away after the assessment. After all, bragging could be used to scare people, but it couldn't be used to defeat an opponent. Lin Ling did not know what everyone was thinking. At this moment, his gaze was focused on the ground. The ground began to sink, revealing 10 huge platforms. A terrifying aura spread out from the platforms. On the platform, there was a cage made of steel. It was covered with cloth and looked extremely mysterious. Whoosh! A gust of wind suddenly blew by, and the cloth outside the cage was blown away, revealing a tall giant inside the cage. This giant's skin was as tough as steel, and he was over 100 meters tall. He stood there quietly, as if he was a demon king of the universe. Chi! Many people shuddered when they saw the giant, because they felt extremely pressured by the giant. Lin Ling smiled disdainfully at the crowd's reaction. These people were mostly people who bullied the weak and feared the strong. When they saw that others were weaker than them, they all pretended to be fierce. But when they saw something mysterious and powerful, they were all like stray dogs. "Shameful," Lin Ling said sarcastically. "What did you say?" Some people seemed to have heard it and glared at Lin Ling. Yuan and was among them. "Take the seat yourself." Lin Ling didn't even bother to say anything. He appeared calm and collected. Even Blue Enchantress felt that compared to the others, Lin Ling was indeed very calm. However, she also stared at the platform and wondered, what the hell is this? In fact, Xianxia and Tang Yue were also very curious. "We met not long ago. Have you forgotten?" Lin Ling said with a smile that wasn't a smile. Xianxia's beautiful eyes lit up. Could it be the martial god giant? That's right, this was the martial god giant. He had seen it not long ago in the martial god barracks. Of course, the martial god barracks, martial god barracks, martial god barracks, martial god barracks was even bigger. So it's a puppet. That makes me less nervous. Blue Enchantress had obviously heard of the martial god giant. After the others learned about it, they all let out a sigh of relief. Only Lin Ling sneered. He whispered to Xianxia, "Although this is a miniature version, don't underestimate it." "All right." Xianxia would definitely listen to Lin Ling. Everyone looked at Lin Ling with disdain, thinking that Lin Ling was too cowardly. Meanwhile, the mysterious old man's voice resounded from the sky. One of the tests of combat strength is to fight the martial god giants. You're not allowed to utilize any weapons or treasures throughout the entire process. At first, the crowd didn't feel anything, but the second half of the sentence made many people turn pale. Forbidding the use of treasures and weapons, this was equivalent to choking off half of their strength. After all, some of them had extraordinary backgrounds and were born in a noble family. The weapons in their hands were extremely sharp, but what if they couldn't use weapons? How could they not be shocked? A bunch of good-for-nothings. Is the path of martial arts all about external weapons? At this time, Ian said contemptuously. He looked at the sky and saluted. "Senior, I'll be the first to take the test." "Oh." A surprised voice came from the sky. The voice seemed to want to say something, but Ian had already jumped down from one of the platforms before the mysterious old man could answer. The first person to take the test was undoubtedly the most eye-catching. Therefore, cheers came from all around, which made Ian smile excitedly. He was very satisfied with his choice. Idiot! Only Lin Ling shook his head. He knew that Ian was going to suffer a lot. At the same time, the pupils of the martial god giant under the platform lit up as if he had woken up from ancient history. A mysterious smoke also filled the air. Bang! He moved as fast as lightning. His fist was like a world. That fist instantly appeared in front of Ian. That fist could destroy a world. Oh no! Ian's face changed drastically. He never thought that the giant would be so terrifying. He anxiously retreated and burned his realm essence. Only then did he barely avoid the fist. However, the wind from the fist also seriously injured him. "I give up. I give up." Ian shouted anxiously. Suddenly, a light barrier fell from the sky and enveloped Ian, protecting him. "You're eliminated." At the same time, the mysterious old man's voice also floated out. Hearing that, Ian's face instantly turned pale. He had worked hard for 100 years just for this moment. However, all his hard work was in vain because he was eliminated in an instant. The irony was that he was so proud before, mocking others as good-for-nothings. However, he was the good-for-nothing now. Then, the light brought Ian up. Lin Ling looked at him mockingly and said softly, "You're just a good-for-nothing." Such words were undoubtedly rubbing salt on the wound. Ian was so angry that he gritted his teeth, but he did not dare to do anything. Previously, it was Ian who pushed Lin Ling into the limelight. Now, Lin Ling would definitely return the favor. Soon, a lot of mocking laughter came from the surroundings. However, they also began to look at the sky. Don't underestimate the martial god giants. Although they are puppets, their combat power has reached the true immortal realm. Underestimating them is courting death. Moreover, the goal of the test is not to defeat them, but to fight with them for half an hour. That's how you pass, the mysterious old man said. Hearing that, Ian was stunned. He felt something sweet in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. This was because he thought that the test was to defeat the martial god giants, who knew that he only needed to fight with them for half an hour. He was too anxious. Bang! After spitting out another mouthful of blood, Ian fell down and fainted. A cultivator must be as calm as a mountain. I didn't even finish explaining the rules before you jumped off the platform. It's obvious how impatient you are. No wonder you were eliminated. In the sky, the mysterious old man said disdainfully, "Let me say one last thing. These martial god giants have participated in the great war of the myriad worlds, and they have destroyed a world with a single punch. Therefore, only by knowing your enemy and yourself can you win every battle." Just like a little friend from before, he could tell that they were martial god giants at first glance. This shows that he is bold and cautious. The little friend he was talking about seemed to be Lin Ling. Many people were jealous because Lin Ling was praised by a mysterious old man. He was too lucky. As for the high platform in the distance, Xianxia and the others had ugly expressions. They never thought that among the tens of thousands of geniuses, Lin Ling would be the first to be praised by a senior from the resplendent academy. I was just lucky. At this moment, Lin Ling raised his head and looked at the sky. This is not a fluke. Only when you know more can you be familiar with things. Little friend, you are neither arrogant nor impatient. Very good, very good. I think you will pass. Chapter 2388. Terrifying martial god giants. Immediately, more and more eyes looked towards Lin Ling, mixed with envy. Even Yu Ling Long, Blue Enchantress, and the others were the same. As for the Moonlight Swordsman and the other geniuses in the first row, besides envy, there was also jealousy and anger in their eyes. All right, I've said what needs to be said. 10 platforms begin the combat strength assessment. The cages on the platforms opened, and the Death God giants walked out, their cold eyes looking towards the platforms. Immediately, many people shivered. Those eyes were emotionless, cold, and filled with a steely, killing intent. Then the participating disciples leapt off the platforms. Since they were here, they might as well give it a try. However, as they landed on the platforms, they realized that the aura of the platforms was even more terrifying. 3 people's legs were already shaking. This was an extremely shameful situation. There was even one person whose pants were wet. The smell of urine wafted out, causing many people above to laugh out loud. The assessment hadn't even begun yet, and these people had already lost the strength to fight. They were destined to fail. Of course, their reactions were normal to ordinary people. After all, facing a true divinity realm powerhouse, no one could remain calm. And this was indeed the case. One of them had been killed by a single fist of the martial god giant, turning into a bloody pulp. It was an extremely cruel and brutal scene. The main reason was that facing the martial god giant's fist, he had been scared witless. If he didn't move then, he would have undoubtedly died. Another person shouted out that he forfeited and was finally saved. But one of them managed to escape from the platform. Your reaction speed is quite fast. Unfortunately, you left the platform, so you were eliminated, the mysterious old man lightly said. In truth, the remaining 7 people weren't much better off. They cried out again and again, constantly dodging the attacks of the martial god giant. Their cultivations were at the 2nd level of the World King realm, and their movement martial arts weren't too strong. They were soon overtaken by the martial god giant. As for a head-on collision, there was no need to mention that. This was simply impossible. They began to be eliminated one by one. Not bad, you managed to last for 10 moves. Unfortunately, there's still a bit of time left before an incense stick of time. You're eliminated. Just a bit more. You were too pleased with yourself before and ended up failing. Remember, on the road of martial arts, don't think you've won until the final moment. In the end, out of the 10 people, only 1 passed. From this, one could see how difficult the test was. Those who failed could only go back and cultivate bitterly. Then, they would have to wait for another 100 years before they could try again. Sir Lin Ling, how can we possibly pass? Especially since I'm not proficient in movement techniques. If we go down, we'll definitely die. On the platform, Go Boy looked at Lin Ling helplessly. Falling Flowers' flowing water sword also shook his head. Even if I'm good at agility martial arts, the martial god giant's speed is so fast that I can't beat him. I estimate that I can only hold on for half an hour at most. They had all lost their confidence. Hearing this, Lin Ling's gaze swept across the crowd and finally landed on Xianxia. Grr, you might be able to pass. What? Everyone cried out in alarm. The Blue Enchantress thought that Lin Ling was bragging again. She could tell that Xianxia didn't have much combat experience. As for his talent, she couldn't tell. However, the probability of him passing the test was probably lower than Falling Flowers' flowing water sword and the others. You're fooling us. In the end, the Blue Enchantress frowned. In fact, the others also thought so, but they didn't dare to say it. Xianxia, what to platform 7? Anyway, there's no one going there now. Lin Ling shook his head and didn't explain. Instead, he looked at Xianxia and said. Xianxia frowned slightly, but revealed a beautiful smile. Okay. Although she didn't think that she could hold on for half an hour, she believed in Lin Ling's words. Then, she jumped down to platform 7. Many people exclaimed. They didn't expect that little demoness to be so bold. The blue enchantress and the others opened their mouths wide. They wanted to say something, but they couldn't say anything. They could only say that Lin Ling had killed Xian Yuan. Grr. Haha, some people are really vicious. They even harm their own people. Maybe he wants others to test the waters for him. At this time, a sarcastic voice sounded out. The one who spoke was a youth wearing a white robe with maple leaves embroidered on it. Lin Ling had seen this person before. He seemed to be called the Moonlight Swordsman, and he seemed to be one of the top geniuses in this examination. Of course, he had the strength of a 5th-stage world king. This strength was enough to be proud of. However, Lin Ling was puzzled. He didn't have any interactions with this person, so why did he speak with such sarcasm? Suddenly, he saw someone beside the Moonlight Swordsman. It was Yuan Yan. That disgraceful fellow had woken up again. Moreover, on the other side of the Moonlight Swordsman, there were a few people who were familiar with him. Lin Ling had heard of 2 of them before. One was Luo Lu from the Only Commandery, and the other was Master Qian, the #1 swordsman in the Tating Commandery. These 2 commanderies always had a grudge against Lin Ling, so they must be fanning the flames. Despicable. After the Moonlight Swordsman spoke, another person spoke out. It was Whitebird. These top geniuses were supposed to be the most dazzling, but now the most dazzling one was Lin Ling. They definitely didn't like him. Those fellows from the Martial God Battalion are all despicable. They like to stab others in the back. This Lin Ling is even more so. Now that Yuan Yan had a powerhouse by his side, he felt a lot more confident. When he saw Lin Ling looking at him gloomily, he immediately smiled and said, "You're angry because I exposed your plot, right? Haha, Gong Yang Jiang. If you follow him, sooner or later you'll be killed by him." His words could be said to be sowing discord. However, Lin Ling quickly revealed a disdainful smile and said, "You said that I'm harming her. Well then, let's have a bet. If she passes safely, then you, Yuan Yan, will fight with me after the assessment. A battle of life and death. Do you dare?" Lin Ling's voice was loud and clear as he challenged Yuan Yan again. In this way, he had already challenged 3 people. No one had expected Lin Ling to be so arrogant. He had simply ignored all the other geniuses. For a moment, many people were even more displeased with Lin Ling. Of course, the self-righteous people didn't realize that they had disliked Lin Ling from the beginning. Therefore, there was no need for Lin Ling to show them any respect. "Do you dare?" Lin Ling shouted angrily again. Yuan Yan's face was pale. He had fought with Lin Ling before. How could he be a match for Lin Ling? At this moment, he was undoubtedly furious, but he couldn't vent his anger. One could imagine how he felt. "If you don't dare, then I'll only use one hand. Do you dare?" However, Lin Ling was aggressive. He wanted to humiliate Yuan Yan even more. Only use one hand. This guy is courting death. Hearing this, many geniuses said disdainfully. They thought that Lin Ling was simply overestimating himself. Just when they thought that Yuan Yan would agree. However, Yuan Yan's body trembled as if he was hesitating about something. In the end, he remained silent. Chapter 2389. You don't deserve it. Lin Ling was used to Yuan Yan's reaction. In a vast universe, there were many people like Yuan Yan. They were the type of people who sowed discord. When it came to a real battle, they were more cowardly than anyone else. Strength was the best way to deal with such people. The surrounding people were also looking at Yuan Yan. Based on their understanding of him, this genius from the great Yuan mansion was not weak. Although he was not as strong as the first and second geniuses, he was still ranked in the middle among the crowd. However, Yuan Yan did not dare to fight even when the other party was giving him a handicap of one arm. This was too disappointing. Coward. Many people looked at Yuan Yan, and their expressions changed. In the world of martial arts, being afraid of a battle was undoubtedly the most shameful thing. The surrounding gazes made Yuan Yan tremble. and his eyes became gloomier. I actually don't have much enmity with you. If you and I both take a step back, then we'll mind our own business. However, you're being aggressive. Let me tell you, you want to play with me? You're not worthy. Bang! At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes were cold, and he spat out a sentence coldly. The moment he beat the Ask the Heavens war drum, he knew that if he wanted to wash away the shame of the past, he had to move forward bravely. Eliminate. Everyone was eliminated. Therefore, Lin Ling had to be more determined. You don't deserve it. Bang! The whole square was filled with Lin Ling's voice, which was as tyrannical as endless thunder. I don't deserve it. Bang! Yuan, Ian muttered to himself. He raised his sinister eyes and stared at Lin Ling. However, he lowered his head in the end. He did not know why, but he still did not dare to fight with Lin Ling. Is it fun to bully a coward? If I play with you, do I deserve it? Bang! Suddenly, a cold voice sounded. It was Whitebird. He did not expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant. How dare he be so arrogant in front of them? Huh! Bang! Lin Ling laughed loudly. In fact, he wasn't surprised that these people were targeting him. After all, compared to Xianxia and the other two last-generation disciples, anyone would side with Xianxia. However, in Lin Ling's opinion, if he was afraid of these geniuses, then how could he seek revenge against Tian Liuli? Moreover, in front of Li Xiaoyao, no one had the right to call themselves a genius. You're not worthy either. Lin Ling sneered and spat out another sentence. Every word struck at the heart. I'm not worthy either. Whitebird froze. He coldly glared at Lin Ling. He was a genius at the 5th level of the World King realm, and also one of the top geniuses. He thought that even if Lin Ling didn't fear him, Lin Ling would still consider him a formidable opponent. However, this was all his wishful thinking. Lin Ling said that he was not worthy. Are you saying that only senior brother Yi Xiaoxiu and the others are worthy? Another voice sounded. It was the Moonlight Swordsman. He seemed to be unhappy too. You are only on the same level as Yuan Ian. Lin Ling nodded, directly admitting to this. This fellow. The entire square was stirred up once more. Everyone narrowed their eyes. If even the Moonlight Swordsman and the others weren't worthy of being Lin Ling's opponent, then there was no need to mention anyone else. This meant that Lin Ling was telling everyone that he was the #1 person in this examination. This sort of arrogance was enough to stand above 10,000 worlds. What an arrogant youth. At this time, in the skies, the mysterious old man was hidden in the clouds, his face filled with surprise. This was because the geniuses of 10,000 worlds and the geniuses of Martial God World had gathered in this examination. If an ordinary genius were to encounter such a scene, how could they dare to be arrogant? Only a genius with absolute confidence in themselves would dare. Thus, he didn't know if Lin Ling was being arrogant or if he had absolute confidence in himself. However, he could see that Lin Ling's temperament was filled with arrogance. Ancestor Dragon Granny, is this the genius you recommended? He is indeed different from ordinary people. Then, the old man looked to the side and said, there was an old woman standing on top of a huge golden carp. She nodded slightly. She was Ancestor Dragon Granny. This little fellow actually dares to challenge the last generation disciples. I'm looking forward to it. Ancestor Dragon Granny smiled faintly. All these years, she had been paying attention to Lin Ling. So, when Lin Ling came to the Resplendent Academy, she personally came. In fact, the mysterious old man was also looking forward to it. After all, the Resplendent Academy was a place to recruit geniuses. As long as you had the strength, the Resplendent Academy would also focus on nurturing you. They would even give up some last-generation disciples for some geniuses. Although the rules were somewhat cruel, in this world, the strong preyed on the weak. There was no fairness. Compared to their thoughts, the entire square was filled with countless complaints. Bastard. Yes, if senior brother Yi Xiaoxiu hadn't threatened to kill him, I would have definitely taken action. Yes, let him be arrogant. He might not even pass the examination. Yes. Many people shouted angrily, their anger soaring to the sky. Your mouth is very powerful. But let's talk after you pass the examination. The white bird's eyes had a strange light, like the eyes of a divine eagle. But he still swallowed his anger, because he guessed that Linling knew he was going to die. So he was provoking him, making him violate the Resplendent Academy's rules and attack. He definitely wouldn't fall for this kind of provocation. Wait until you are eliminated. At that time, you will discover that your current declaration is actually equivalent to slapping your own face. The Moonlight Swordsman had almost attacked, but at this moment, he also put his sword back into the scabbard. You say my mouth is powerful, but aren't you all the same? If you have the ability, then fight now. If you don't dare, then shut up. Linling mocked, retracted his gaze, and looked below the platform. That fearless appearance undoubtedly made everyone's faces turn sinister again. However, right now, they could only wait. Look, that's the Three Realms Ghost Emperor. Hey! At this moment, someone pointed at one of the platforms and let out a cry of surprise. The Three Realms Ghost Emperor. His name was very resounding. In fact, he was a very young youth. This person had a small reputation in the Western Kingdom. He was the master of 3 realms, meaning that he controlled 3 realms. Bang, bang, bang. However, facing the martial god giant, the 3 realms Ghost Emperor also failed. He was stomped into meat paste by the martial god giant. He died extremely miserably. Even the 3 realms Ghost Emperor was defeated. This combat strength test is so difficult. Many people's faces were ashen. Suddenly, someone laughed sinisterly. That little beauty is going to die. She is very close to Linling. Once this was said, many people rejoiced in other people's misfortune, because on platform number 7, Xianxia was in the middle of the test. Her situation is getting more and more dangerous. At this moment, the Blue Enchantress couldn't bear to watch any longer, and she spoke from Linling's side. Because Xianxia had been forced into a corner by the martial god giant, and a single punch was all it would take to destroy her. If it was any other time, the Blue Enchantress would definitely curse Linling. However, Linling's strong resistance against the geniuses made her somewhat afraid of Linling. This is the martial god giant. Yes. Linling ignored the Blue Enchantress. He stood at the edge of the platform and looked down indifferently. Whoosh! On the platform below, Xianxia was in a sorry state. As she breathed, her full breast swayed. However, she saw the youth above. The youth's face was very calm, and his eyes were filled with confidence.